Kenny Mercado.
It's Super Cal Sound Maker.
It all started in the Bible, Deuteronomy 28. King James Version, you can check it. We from Israelite. Oh yeah. And it shall come to pass. Africa's slavery was made legal in the Spanish Caribbean in 1501. Slaving our mothers, our fathers, and some lost their lives. Many heroes died during the process. Puerto Ricans are part of Africans. They're trying to tear us, and some lost their lives. Brainwash us, but we still Africans. Black is beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Hey, yeah. Black is beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Black is beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Hey, yeah. Black is beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Job 3. After this, opened Job his mouth, and cursed his day. And Job spake and said, Job 3. After this, opened Job his mouth, and cursed his day. And Job spake and said, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, There is a man-child conceived. Let that day be darkness, let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. Let a cloud dwell upon it, let the blackness of the day terrify it. As for that night, let darkness seize upon it. Let it not be joined unto the days of the year, let it not come into the number of the months. Lo, let that night be solitary, let no joyful voice come therein. Let them curse it that curse the day, who are ready to raise up their mourning. Let the stars of the twilight thereof be dark. Let it look for light, but have none, neither let it see the dawning of the day. Because it shut not up the doors of my mother's womb, nor hid sorrow from mine eyes. Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? Why did the knees prevent me? Or why the breast that I should suck? For now should I have lain still and been quiet, I should have slept, then had I been at rest. With kings and counsellors of the earth, which built desolate places for themselves, or with princes that had gold, who filled their houses with silver, or as an hidden untimely birth I had not been, as infants which never saw light. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the weary be at rest. There the prisoners rest together, they hear not the voice of the oppressor. The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery, and life unto the bitter in soul, which long for death, but it cometh not, and dig for it more than for hid treasures, which rejoice exceedingly, and are glad when they can find the grave. Why is light given to a man whose way is hid, and whom God hath hedged in? For my sighing cometh before I eat, and my roarings are poured out like the waters. For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me. I was not in safety, neither had I rest, neither was I quiet, yet trouble came.
This is True News, the End Time Newscast. I'm Rick Wiles. Wall Street tumbled downward on Monday as plummeting oil prices and worsening coronavirus news sparked a panic-driven sell-off and sent investors fleeing risk, searching for safety. The Dow Jones Industrial Average sank more than 2,000 points by the closing bell. Today's worldwide sell-off of stocks was triggered by a steep drop in the price of oil on Sunday night, caused by Saudi Arabia's decision to boost production in the face of a dramatic decline in the demand for oil. Market demand for oil is falling because many of China's factories are closed, and air traffic is down considerably worldwide as travelers cancel plans due to the fast-spreading coronavirus outbreak. Now, Italy is currently the world's hotspot for infections. The Italian government ordered 16 million residents in northern Italy to go into quarantine. Tens of thousands of Italians attempted to flee northern Italy over the weekend before the quarantine order went into effect. Today, Italy's prime minister extended the quarantine order to the entire nation. The coronavirus lockdown triggered riots in nearly 30 prisons across the region. Fires were set in some Italian prisons. Several correctional officers were taken hostage by prisoners. 6 inmates were killed today. We have this report from Reuters in Italy.
As the spread of coronavirus grips northern Italy, prison riots have erupted, leaving 6 inmates dead and 2 guards taken hostage. Riots have hit prisons across Italy as a result of quarantine measures for the coronavirus. At least 6 inmates have died. On Sunday, the government, as part of wider and sweeping quarantine measures, declared restrictions on family visitations, no direct contact with visitors, only phone and remote methods. That's what sparked the rioting. Amidst the chaos, 2 guards were taken hostage and released after police raids. The Justice Ministry said fires have been set at a number of prisons, causing severe damage. At least 25 prisons have seen violence. Of the 6 inmate deaths, 2 were caused by an overdose of stolen drugs from the prison infirmaries. The causes of the other 4 remain unclear. Hundreds have died from the virus in Italy, with wide parts of the country on virtual lockdown.
As a pastor and as your friend, I need to warn that the available time for you to purchase food and supplies to last up to 6 months is quickly coming to an end. Americans may have only days remaining to safely purchase groceries and necessities. Do not waste the time. Our topic today is, did AIPAC conference infect U.S. politicians with coronavirus? Doc Burkhart is in self-quarantine in his home following his trip to Asia. Edward Zoll is here in the studio. Kerry Kinsey is off today. Please pray for him. Kerry experienced some heart-related issues over the weekend. Gentlemen, Doc, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Hi, Doc. Do you two have the same feeling I have today, that the coronavirus situation has deeply worsened since we were here fighting?
Oh, yes, Doc, Rick, Doc, I think that there's definitely a level, not just of severity, but just a level of grief, kind of agreement in my spirit, at least, watching how global this has gone. I mean, Italy's just a small example. Italy, the entire country, going into quarantine.
About an hour ago.
I mean, right. state of emergency here in Florida about an hour ago also. But it's more so that it's come home. I personally know people who went to CPAC. The cases we're hearing about, the domestic exposure, it's becoming real.
Yes.
For so many in this country.
And the news stories that I read from other countries over the weekend, particularly interviews with scientists, infectious disease experts, were some of the most troubling, ominous stories that I have read since this coronavirus news started back in late January. We're going to share these stories with you later in today's Godcast. By the way, President Trump is scheduled to hold a live news conference in approximately, 15, 20 minutes?
Yes, if he's on time.
And we're going to go live to it. We don't know what he's going to talk about. We assume he's going to talk about the crash on Wall Street today, and we'll see what the president has to say about it. So just stand by. We will be going there momentarily. We're waiting on the White House to indicate that he's going to walk out into the press room. Before we move on to these main topics, we've got some video from Italy. Edward and Doc and I were watching live video feeds today from Italian television stations.
Yes.
I could barely believe my eyes, especially when I realized it was live. And I was asking Edward, did you just see what just happened on the streets? There's pandemonium, chaos. We've got nearly 30 prisons rioting today. Some of the prisons were on fire. In some of these videos that we're going to show you, you'll see the prisoners streaming out of the prison, running down the streets. In other videos, angry citizens vented their frustration by fighting with the police. They were angry that the prisoners had escaped, and so they were fighting with the police. The police should have been chasing the prisoners. Instead, they were trying to contain the citizens. So this first one shows prisoners running out of the prison. This is number 2. So let's watch this.
Vida dele.
Hey, Doc, how would you like to be a resident nearby and you hear that the prison has gone berserk and the prisoners have escaped and they're running down the street?
And you're self-quarantined because of coronavirus.
Yes.
I mean, think about that. So you're trapped in your home because of a suspected case of coronavirus, and prisoners are breaking out of the prison. But on the prisoners' defense, Rick, they're trapped in a petri dish themselves. I mean, they don't have a choice. They're locked in with the coronavirus, and so they were rioting because they don't want to get coronavirus, or they are not getting proper medication. I'm not defending the riots, but I understand where they're coming from.
So it's almost as bad as being an elderly person in the Life Care Center in Kirkland, Washington.
That's right. So, not only were people, prisoners breaking out of prison in, 29 prisons across Italy were having riots today, but family members who want to actually see their family members who are locked in to be able to check in on them they were protesting against the police because they weren't being given access to the prisons. The prisons are locked down, and so the police were beating protesters in the street, and we have video of that too.
Pure scenes of anarchy. I mean, that one man, the older gentleman, I saw him 3 times get beat by the police with that billy club. And this again is just one of the situations, one of the cities that had a prison nearby that had a breakout or a riot. This is all over Italy.
Edward, this is going to become commonplace. Country after country. Iran opened up their prison gates and released 54,000 prisoners into the streets.
It's a template for the rest of the West.
Isaiah 14. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land. And the stranger shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them, and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve, that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, How hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked, and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest, and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, Since thou art laid down, no fellow is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms? That made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land, and slain thy people. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will rise up against them, saith the Lord of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name and remnant and son and nephew, saith the Lord. I will also make it a possession for the bittern and pools of water, and I will sweep it with the besom of destruction, saith the Lord of hosts. The Lord of hosts hath sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought, so shall it come to pass, and as I have purposed, so shall it stand. That I will break the Assyrian in my land, and upon my mountains tread him under foot. Then shall his yoke depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. This is the purpose that is purposed upon the whole earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out upon all the nations. For the Lord of hosts hath purposed, and who shall disannul it? And his hand is stretched out, and who shall turn it back? In the year that King Ahaz died was this burden. Rejoice not thou, whole Palestina, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice, and his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent. And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down in safety. And I will kill thy root with famine, and he shall slay thy remnant. Howl, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina art dissolved. For there shall come from the north a smoke, and none shall be alone in his appointed times. What shall one then answer the messengers of the nation? That the Lord hath founded Zion, and the poor of his people shall trust in it.
This is Rap the News, and just like I told you 4 damn years ago to prepare for this, because it was going to happen, that people were going to start dropping dead like flies due to dust pneumonia, SARS, coronavirus, COVID-19 is all bullshit names for upper respiratory infection due to dust, fine dust particles that is coming down, just like it mentioned in Deuteronomy that God was going to use to destroy the people. And it is coming from a system, you know, and they don't want to tell the people that there is a planetary system called God's Kingdom Come that is out there. I don't care how ridiculous that sounds to you, it is happening. We are seeing the planets, we are seeing new moons, we are seeing everything under the damn sun. And they having meeting after meeting after meeting, and they all gathered together. All the kings of the nation is gathering together to fight who? Death. Hell and death. And I want you to listen to what I have to say. So you have drastic measures being used and implemented right now on all Americans as we speak. Vice President Pence just did a meeting warning on all Americans that the virus is coming for you in every damn town.
But let me say once again, this is a whole of government approach, and from early on President Trump has insisted that our government at the federal level, all of our partners at the state level, work in concert to protect the American people. And with that, Dr. Tony Fauci for an update on the status.
In the United States, we continue to have new cases. As of this morning, there were 712, I believe, with 27 deaths. Guaranteed by the time of this evening, that's going to be up, and there'll be several more. And tomorrow, there'll be several more. So we realize that this is something, obviously, that we've been saying all along, that we're taking very seriously.
The National Guard just stepped in New York, right? Declaring martial law under the pretense of containment. Let's take a look at the meaning so you know what I'm saying. Containment definition is the action of keeping something harmful, which is you, under control or within limits. But in order to keep you under control, they have to implement martial law. And that definition is military government stepping in to involve the suspension of ordinary law. So your constitution rights is going to be violated like fuck. And I say it in proper English, violated like fuck. We also had the subcommittee hearing appearing live on social media media just a few minutes ago, right?
We're 20 here in the United States, and I think as we realize those numbers will be changing by the hour, it'll be different by the end of this hearing, for all we know. This is not the first time, though, our country has had to deal with an outbreak, and it likely won't be the last. And we've been preparing for situations such as this. The Department of Health and Human Services conducted the Crimson Contagion 2019 functional exercise, a multi-state, whole-of-government exercise to assess the ability to respond to a large-scale outbreak. Last summer, the President signed into law the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act, and since 2015, under Republican and Democratic leadership, for infectious disease response has increased by 70%. That's 70% in 5 years. While the virus is here now in the United States, we didn't see the first case until mid-January. Implementing travel restrictions bought us time, and mandatory quarantine helped to initially contain the spread of the virus.
The initial plan was for 1,000 National Guard to be called up. After briefings today, I will be doubling that number to 2,000 National Guard to be called up. They will be doing various functions. They'll be working with the MTA. They'll be working with the Port Authority. They'll be assisting the NYPD. New Yorkers, we like to think we're tough and we can handle anything. We are tough, but we're also smart. And we're smart enough to know that we don't mess with Mother Nature. New Yorkers should either evacuate or stay indoors.
Talking about how bad shit is going to get and that people is going to die left and right. And you have to remember what the Bible states to us. And this is what people don't want to get because they don't want to believe God. Revelation 19:19. And I saw the beast, right? And the kings of the earth, right? They working with the devil. Who? The presidents of these earths. With their armies. And people get mad because I said something about Donald Trump. He is a beast. He ain't nothing but a damn devil. This is what the Bible is saying. He working with the fucking devil. If you don't believe God, you need to get out of religion. The earth with their armies was gathered together to make war with him who was sitting on the horse and against his army. So we know the army of God is on the way, right? Or here. Revelation 6:8 is telling you about that horse. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. That pale horse is the pestilence, the sickness. And his name that sat on him was Death, because people is going to be dropping dead in the droves. And hell, which is planet hell, followed with him. Well, we don't believe it, but you burning up from global fucking warming, huh? The climate is changing, ain't it? You stupid motherfuckers. The volcanoes is erupting, showing you the sea levels is rising, right? Showing you that it's a planetary system out there. And it don't have to do what the government lied and said it was going to do. It's going to do exactly what God wanted to do. Power was given unto him over a fourth part of the earth to kill. And that's what they finna do. To kill with what? With the beast of the earth, which is what? The Gentiles. They getting ready to do what? Kill y'all. Y'all better get ready, man. Ezekiel 38:22. And I will plead with them. Why is God pleading? In Joel 3, he's saying, I'm pleading with you because of my people Israel. I want you to let them go back to what? Jerusalem, where? Tel Arad. Not that fake Mount Moriah carry with them false ass synagogue of Satan is hanging out till they get destroyed by God. I will plead with you with pestilence, and that's what's happening. You're getting that dust in your lungs. That's why it ain't no cure. That's why everywhere you go is going to get you. And with blood and with rain upon him. And I will rain upon him and his bands and upon the many people that are with him, an overflowing rain of great hailstones, fire, and brimstones. The dust is coming first. We are in the Nibiru planet hell system. And the dust is raining down. I don't give a damn if you don't see it. Like I keep trying to say, go at night, shine a light in the sky, and see the dust that you breathing in. That's going to kill your fucking ass if you wicked. The meteorites is going to kill you. That's what's next. Because here come the pestilence first. We're experiencing it. What's coming next? Then I'm going to rain on your asses fire. Y'all better be ready and prepare. This is Rap the News.
I mean, this could happen in the United Kingdom. This could happen in America. The difference here is we riot with guns.
That's why I said at the beginning, you're down to days, just days, to get food and supplies because you're going to have to go into lockdown. This is moving very quickly. And the people of Italy today, in southern Italy, did not expect to be in quarantine today.
Right.
The people in northern Italy didn't expect to be in quarantine over the weekend. If you saw the chaos at the train stations in northern Italy, people shoving and pushing, trying to get on the last train leaving northern Italy. Chaotic scenes. And,
yes.
And this is becoming commonplace nation after nation as the virus spreads. And it will happen here in the United States because here's why, Doc. The general public in America is ignoring it. They're clueless.
Yes.
They're in denial. And when it hits them, when they really come to realize it's real, they're going to lose it.
They've been conditioned to defy quarantine. They're not really following even the self-quarantine measures. There's plenty of examples I saw over the weekend of individuals that should be on self-quarantine are being seen out in the community. People are not taking the advice being given to them by the CDC or other agencies in the government to maybe avoid going out into public gatherings. Don't go to public spaces. Don't continue to fly internationally. When it does come, if it does come, but more than likely it will come, a day where a state of emergency is declared over the whole country, unless police and military are on the streets, no one is going to follow the government's recommendations for quarantine.
Well, that's what they're finding in these other countries, Edward, and that's why they're now imposing prison sentence. Some countries now up to 3 years in prison for violating the quarantine rules. So if you don't want to be quarantined in your house, how about being quarantined in a prison for 3 years? So that's what's happening. Our main topic here today is, did AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee,
and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever, and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new, free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men. Finally convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
We all want this plantation to do well, Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail, and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men.
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." 2 men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail, and we will all suffer." The whip cracked against Charles' back. "But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits." A young man named Samuel stepped forward. "But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before?" "How can you say that?" Mr. Smith asked. "I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel?" "Well, no," he answered. "But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work?" "I'm surprised at your ingratitude," Mr. Smith answered. "None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints." With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
"I have a big announcement," Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. "Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge, because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it." Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day, and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day Mr. Smith announced, Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin. Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. I was excited when all this started, he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves. There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all? Your time is up, Samuel, Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, 2 supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell and Samuel let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed, to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
What you have been taught about government and politics is no more accurate or reasonable than what Mr. Smith taught the slaves. If you're ready to look through the veil of rhetoric and propaganda to see the reality beneath, get a copy of The Most Dangerous Superstition. It will change the way you see the world.
%70 of the world's adult population could be infected.
Yes.
So in terms of addressing the numbers that may get people panicked, What can you tell us?
There are going to be millions of people dying, and I don't think there's any way to get around that. There's real reason for people to be concerned, and among those who are symptomatic, the risk of dying goes up further. This is qualitatively different from SARS and MERS in the sense that it is 10 times bigger than SARS already, or more, or about 10 times bigger than SARS, and it is way more widespread, and it's clearly not under control. This is it's worse than the one that we experienced in 2009.
Megan, Governor Larry Hogan said we shouldn't be panicking, but he did declare a state of emergency last night. What does that mean?
As of right now, 31 people in our state have been tested for the coronavirus. Of those, we now have those 3 confirmed cases of the virus.
We are working very collaboratively with the federal government and the CDC on the manifest of those passengers that disembarked in the state of California, particularly, as I said, those residents. And that sort of led ultimately to the conclusion that a proclamation of a state of emergency would be appropriate under the circumstances.
Despite officials telling them to stay calm, some people are stocking up on food, water, and cleaning supplies out of fear that this shutdown will go on for some time. Some say they're starting to panic.
While today's news may seem overwhelming, this is not a reason to panic. Marylanders should go to work or go to school just as they normally do.
Well, the underlying problem is that we've been in the cycle of panic and neglect that every country's been in historically. What concerns me is that this is a virus that is only 2 months old. We don't know it well. So I think we need to pray for the best, but plan for the worst.
Today's emergency declaration will hopefully give the county some much-needed muscle to fight coronavirus. But with today's emergency declaration, school districts will now have plans ready if schools are forced to shut down. Going forward, health workers are also recommending the cancellation of county gatherings of more than 50 people, meaning this gathering about something so serious could be the last county meeting in quite a long time.
This is Wrap the News. Joel 3, number 2. I will also gather all the nations, and I will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. Let my people go, says God. But America and the European nations is holding on. Ezekiel 28:23, for I will send into her pestilence and blood into her streets, and the wounded shall be judged in the midst of her by the sword upon her on every side, and they shall know that I am the Lord. Ezekiel 38:22, and I will plead against him with the pestilence and with the blood, and I will rain upon him and upon his bands and upon the many people that are with him an overflowing rain of great hailstones, fire, and brimstone. You, Gentiles, are in the judgment right now, and God will not spare nor have mercy on you until his people is returned back into the land. This is
Exodus 8. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs, and the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on thee, and upon thy people, and upon all thy servants. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and said, Entreat the Lord, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me, when shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee, and thy houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God. And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy houses, and from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs, which he had brought against Pharaoh. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not, so there were lice upon man and upon beast. And the magicians said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water. And say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moses said, Behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more, not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. And Moses went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Lord. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Exodus 9. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let them go, and wilt hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. there shall be a very grievous murrain. And the Lord shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children's of Israel. And the Lord appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died, but of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And the Lord said unto Moses and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh, and it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh. Then Moses sprinkled it up toward heaven, and it became a boil, breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had spoken unto Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that thou mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou wilt not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as hath not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof even until now. Send therefore now, and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch forth thine hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Egypt. Then Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat the Lord, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's. But as for thee and thy servants, I know that ye will not yet fear the Lord God. And the flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord, and the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses.
we do have black people that get on the radio every day in white-owned companies, white-owned stations with white-owned sponsors that play the role of hypersexualized, hypercriminalized male. I ask these advertisers, I say, I've got hundreds of songs a day that celebrate killing animals. Will you put them on your station? They said, no. I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about assaulting women and abusing kids. Would you put them on your station? They said, no. I said, I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about murdering blacks. Would you put them on your stations? They said, well, that depends. Depends on what? Who it's done by and who it's branded for. Because if we can get black folks to sing about it, we can brand it for our youngest black audiences, I think there's money to be made. I think there's American appetites to see these people that way. I said, how can you say that? They said, well, look, it's what these artists know. It's what they, black people, create. It's, matter of fact, our surveys say it's what they want to hear, which speaks of a sickness. How do we live in a society where somebody says, you know what, I'm inspired to write a song that celebrates murdering another person. And then a person says, I'd like to put that on my station. Another person said, I'd like to pay for it. And then there's people out here in the audience that go, I'd love to hear it, as long as it's black guys. Because even white people buy rap music, buy this type of stuff, because we know that when we want to hear about killing each other, we know who to turn to for that type of inspiration. We call it our music. We say we own it. White people buy more rap than black people. Yeah, but we're very careful to turn it down at the stoplight when other black people are there. Why? Because we know we're just pretending. For them, it's more authentic and real. I always ask the companies, what about your name? What about your brand? What about your value? And the largest radio company in the world said this: it's okay that we only have drug dealers on our black youth stations. We only have murders on our black youth stations. We support black charities. We give out water at the Martin Luther King parade. I think we've got it covered. We bought them off. Now, people get upset, the smartest guys in the room again. You're talking about censorship. I don't believe that. I believe in free art. Make whatever you want. I believe you should make music about anti-Semitism. I believe you should make music about killing dogs. I believe in this country you should make music about bashing homosexuals and driving them behind trucks. I believe you should make music about stringing people up on trees. I believe you should make music about killing whitey. I believe you should make all that music. But I also believe that in the mainstream marketplace, people should hesitate associating their name with certain content. You know, there's certain stuff you can't buy at the store. Certain stuff you can't get on iTunes because their brand doesn't want it. But if you want to hear black people celebrating killing black people, they got thousands and thousands and thousands of those things to sell you. I don't think it's about censorship. I think it's about American cultural hypocrisy. Because here's the truth. These black entertainers, they can't sing just about anything. There's some stuff that'll get them fired. And they get dropped, and they get fired, and they get slapped on the wrist, and they get disciplined all the time. Why? Because sometimes they step over the bounds. A very famous case is what happened with Rick Ross. Rick Ross is the Mammy Two Shoes, one of the many Mammy Two Shoes of our day. He's a black entertainer in a world carved out for him, and a role carved out for him by white entertainment companies. And one day he talked about, in the middle of a song that celebrated dealing drugs and killing blacks, he made a reference to date rape. And when he made that reference to date rape, that set social media on fire. That got 100,000 petitions in 24 hours. Hey buddy, date rape is no joke. That had white people standing outside of Reebok in New York saying, you better take this seriously. We're tired of a rape culture in America. One line in one song moved the masses. And you know what Reebok did? Did they stand by him and say, hey, we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in freedom of expression. It's just a song. Calm down. No, they fired his tail on the spot. The president came out and said, this goes against our high standards. He's gone against the values of our brand. Shame on Rick Ross. We're disappointed. He doesn't know how serious date rape is. And when I saw that, I thought, wow, how convenient. Isn't that amazing? But here's what really happened. It's not their brand, it's not their values. Rick Ross went off script. He was hired to get black customers, and they think that black customers go with black bait. And in America, black bait is the hyper-criminalized, hypersexualized portrayal of black people. And as long as he had sung about that, the stuff that got him hired, he still have a job at Reebok. But when he touched other sensitivities that affect us, he lost his job. See, the truth is, it's not they that need to change. It's we that need to change. We created the lies. We created them for our profit. We own the companies. We own the record labels. We own the advertisers, and we keep putting it out. And it's this that's got to change. I thought about it. You know what? I wonder if White Mike could get anybody's attention on this. So I stood outside of a Walmart, and I said, hey, I don't think killing cops and killing blacks is very cool. And you know what? It only took 7 weeks of Mike standing out there, and they wrote a letter and said, yeah, we don't think it's cool either. We're going to pull our name off of that. The largest retailer in the world had never considered that maybe their commercial shouldn't be right before or after a song about young black men being gunned down. And I realized this, the black murder is normal, but it should not be. And I realize the importance at the coffee table, at every headline, every pastor's gathering, every family gathering to say, you know what, these Black Lives Matter. It's not just another black kid. These are human beings. I'm doing my best in every way, shape, and form. Talks like this everywhere I can go to say, you know what, I was born in a world where black murder was normal. My kids were born into a world where black murder is normal, but I don't want to die in a world where black murder is normal. Am I 5 years or 10 years away? I don't know, but I'm screaming as high as I can. Let's feel this pain and let's lift our voice to tell the lies. They are not criminals, they are not deviants, and their lives are just as important as ours. Thank you very much.
This place is a dope. We are royalty. We must go back to our place in Kiswana. No. We are staying right here. This is the motherland. Yeah, here we go. For the motherland. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba, black and here to shopping with a Sammy Davis cousin. Tried to dodge the industry, but now my name is buzzing. They all saying that I'm conscious. I say that it's nonsense. So I say I've been on since on had an on switch from Seattle, the rainy city where my mom lived. In Jerusalem, that golden city that was conquered, but still we moving onward. Motherland conquest, smell me like an armpit. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba. My mama told me that I read good. Been on my straight and narrow, but my history is the hood. Thank God today that we could buy a box of Cheerios or kicks. I can even buy tricks. I'm no longer on WIC. EBT card rip in my passport lit. Stamped like a notary from every country that I went. Ain't a country like this from the others you've been sent. Black is beautiful. This gon' be the motherland hit. Yeah. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba, yeah, yeah, bounce, yeah, 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 bounce, yeah, 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 we bounce, yeah, 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 yeah. He said it's God's plan, but I'm God's man. Yeah. I used to run with BGD. I dropped the B and put a O after the G. 6 points, still big up King B. In the synagogue, camouflage, but I can't wipe the skin off. I'm proud of it, it's loud a bit, but I'm not trying to crisscross. I done made it this far, hold it all in my heart. I hold my breath and brace myself when they take their socks off. Ain't no monkey business, cause ain't no monkeys in here. I know what you've been thinking, the black Abe Lincoln. Just wanted you to be aware. Signing off as Mr. Black, Hitler's worst nightmare, yeah. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba.
You gotta take your hat off, man. Another one? You gotta take your hat off, brother. I can't cut your hair. Tell y'all ain't from around here. You need to leave them chains here. You ain't gonna make it up the block. Okay?
Exodus 10. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son, and of thy son's son, what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am the Lord. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into thy coast. And they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy houses, and the houses of all thy servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself, and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed? And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve the Lord your God. But who are they that shall go? And Moses said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto the Lord. And he said unto them, Let the Lord be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve the Lord, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail hath left. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt. And the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin only this once, and entreat the Lord your God, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Lord. And the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moses, and said, Go ye, serve the Lord. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moses said, Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our God. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve the Lord our God, and we know not with what we must serve the Lord until we come thither. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, take heed to thyself, see my face no more, for in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face again no more. Luke 14. And it came to pass, as he went into the house of one of the chief Pharisees to eat bread on the Sabbath day, that they watched him. And behold, there was a certain man before him which had the dropsy. And Jesus answering spake unto the lawyers and Pharisees, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? And they held their peace. And he took him, and healed him, and let him go. And answered them, saying, Which of you shall have an ass, or an ox fallen into a pit, and will not straightway pull him out on the Sabbath day? And they could not answer him again to these things. And he put forth a parable to those which were bidden, when he marked how they chose out the chief rooms, saying unto them, When thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honourable man than thou be bidden of him. And he that bade thee and him come and say to thee, Give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room. But when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, Friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee. For whosoever exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. Then said he also to him that bade him, When thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy friends, nor thy brethren, neither thy kinsmen, nor thy rich neighbours, lest they also bid thee again, and a recompense be made thee. But when thou makest a feast, call the poor, the maimed, the lame, the blind, and thou shalt be blessed. But they cannot recompense thee, for thou shalt be recompensed at the resurrection of the just. And when one of them that sat at meat with him heard these things, he said unto him, Blessed is he that shall eat bread in the kingdom of God. Then said he unto him, A certain man made a great supper, and bade many, and sent his servant at supper time to say to them that were bidden, Come, for all things are now ready. And they all with one consent began to make excuse. The first said unto him, I have bought a piece of ground, and I must needs go and see it. I pray thee, have me excused. And another said, I have bought 5 yoke of oxen, and I go to prove them. I pray thee, have me excused. And another said, I have married a wife, and therefore I cannot come. So that servant came and showed his lord these things. And the master of the house, being angry, said to his servant, Go out quickly into the streets and lanes of the city, and bring in hither the poor, and the maimed, and the halt, and the blind. And the servant said, Lord, it is done as thou hast commanded, and yet there is room. And the Lord said unto the servant, Go out unto the highways and hedges, and compel them to come in, that my house may be filled. For I say unto you, that none of those men which were bidden shall taste of my supper. And there went great multitudes with him, and he turned and said unto them, If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. And whosoever doth not bear his cross, and come after me, cannot be my disciple. For which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it? Lest haply after he hath laid the foundation, and is not able to finish it, all that behold it begin to mock him, saying, This man began to build, and was not able to finish. Or what king, going to make war against another king, sitteth not down first, and consulteth whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000? Or else, while the other is yet a great way off, he sendeth an embassage, and desireth conditions of peace. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. Salt is good, but if the salt have lost his savour, wherewith shall it be seasoned? It is neither fit for the land, nor yet for the dunghill, but men cast it out. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Luke 15. Then drew near unto him all the publicans and sinners for to hear him. And the Pharisees and scribes murmured, saying, This man receiveth sinners, and eateth with them. And he spake this parable unto them, saying, What man of you, having 100 sheep, if he lose one of them, doth not leave the 99 in the wilderness, and go after that which is lost, until he find it? And when he hath found it, he layeth it on his shoulders, rejoicing. And when he cometh home, he calleth together his friends and neighbours, saying unto them, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. I say unto you, that likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, more than over 99 just persons, which need no repentance. Either, what woman having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose one piece, doth not light a candle and sweep the house and seek diligently till she find it? And when she hath found it, she calleth her friends and her neighbours together, saying, Rejoice with me, for I have found the piece which I had lost. Likewise I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth. And he said, A certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided unto them his living. And not many days after the younger son gathered all together, and took his journey into a far country, and there wasted his substance with riotous living. And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want, and he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his fields to feed swine. And he would fain have filled his belly with the husks that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. And when he came to himself, he said, How many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise, and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants. And he arose, and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him, and had compassion, and ran, and fell on his neck, and kissed him. And the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven, and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. But the father said to his servants, Bring forth the best robe, and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet, and bring hither the fatted calf, and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He was lost, and is found. And they began to be merry. Now his elder son was in the field, and as he came and drew nigh to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants, and asked what these things meant. And he said unto him, Thy brother is come, and thy father hath killed the fatted calf, because he hath received him safe and sound. And he was angry, and would not go in. Therefore came his father out, and entreated him. And he answering said to his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this thy son was come, which hath devoured thy living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf. And he said unto him, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. It was meet that we should make merry, and be glad. For this thy brother was dead, and is alive again, and was lost, and is found. Luke 16. And he said also unto his disciples, There was a certain rich man which had a steward, and the same was accused unto him that he had wasted his goods. And he called him, and said unto him, How is it that I hear this of thee? Give an account of thy stewardship, for thou mayest be no longer steward. Then the steward said within himself, What shall I do? For my Lord taketh away from me the stewardship. I cannot dig, to beg I am ashamed. I am resolved what to do, that when I am put out of the stewardship, they may receive me into their houses. So he called every one of his lord's debtors unto him, and said unto the first, How much owest thou unto my lord? And he said, 100 measures of oil. And he said unto him, Take thy bill, and sit down quickly, and write 50. Then said he to another, And how much owest thou? And he said, 100 measures of wheat. And he said unto him, Take thy bill, and write 80. And the Lord commended the unjust steward, because he had done wisely. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that, when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitations. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much, and he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust the true riches? And if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's, who shall give you that which is your own? No servant can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. And the Pharisees also, who were covetous, heard all these things, and they derided him. And he said unto them, Ye are they which justify yourselves before men, but God knoweth your hearts. For that which is highly esteemed among men is abomination in the sight of God. The law and the prophets were until John. Since that time the kingdom of God is preached, and every man presseth into it. And it is easier for heaven and earth to pass than one tittle of the law to fail. Whosoever putteth away his wife, and marrieth another, committeth adultery. And whosoever marrieth her that is put away from her husband, committeth adultery. There was a certain
breakdown. As you can see, the ceremony was always in front of your face, being displayed as sports and entertainment. Look at the Denver Airport mural at the top left. The black prince with the purple crown chromosome and the active bird phoenix in his hand. He has the gene. The same way Killmonger had the priest next to him the entire movie of Black Panther. T'Challa was the evil person in the movie. For the most part, they all had multiple character roles. But he represented the new replacement of the natural prince. Obama is that guy. He's the Zionist version of the coming king, the Bantu Dawada David. Kobe represents the prince of Israel in ceremony. And that's why LeBron was passing him up in scoring. There's a new number 2. And there's the fire truck that always goes when the fire chief of Israel is speaking. Come on, somebody. They know who I am. I'll speak it into being, okay? Now, I showed you this ceremony during the Super Bowl. If you look at the words, it's pretty much the entire situation of Kobe at the Staples Center. All right? It's just his name is not Johnson. Somebody asked me to talk about events that haven't happened yet. That's all we do is talk prophecy, brother. Elites need to fill FEMA camps and give out medicine, predictive programming. The Simpsons, correct again, coronavirus, look at the white cat. Nobody's paying attention to the white cat. This is what you need to pay attention to, the details. The details, all right? The white cat, 89, represents the seraphim or the fallen angel. Ray Kosija, we know who that is, correct? We need that virus because the light, God's ray, is getting heavy, and the math of God shows it. They use gematria to figure this out. It's the end times because the radiation is heavy, the cosmic rays. White cat, I should have put a T, represents the seraphim, Gabriel, and another cipher. 369, Gene Pool. White cat, the root of Jesse. There is none like you, brother. Coronavirus is aimed at the Galaxy twins, or the two separate nations or tribes of Israel, Ephraim and Judah. Their immortality is coming, right? They have the X gene that absorbs radiation. It's a cosmic story, y'all. I've been showing you. The Simpsons are carrying the vibration or the agenda of the Zionist Masons. Homer represents the Jewish. Also, the Black Mama, the God Joker. Marge is Judah, okay? And a few other things, but her name, added to her last name, comes out to the Anointed One, the Prince of Peace, which is David, the new David, and Hamashiach. It's both of them. They're both the Prince of Peace. Now, season 4, episode 21 represents the RFID chip. and they're going to chip the nation's ark. The coming prince. That's what they want to do. Simpsons, the Phoenix, Eternal Lord, the Monkey King. Radiation, which is Ruach HaKodesh, the end of time. Judgment Day, the final days, the China virus. Simpsons, it's their end. Elites see this as a game. I'm going to show you some stuff. Oh, I got some stuff to show you this video. All right. I got some info I'm going to post again from previous videos, and that's for the new viewers, so don't be angry with me, okay? The Simpsons, put the, comes out to the Tower of Babel, the Staples Center. Now, notice how these numbers are matching Kobe's situation a lot. Tesla Time Machine, I remember who I am. The Good Shepherd, RH negative blood, okay. The Royal Lineage, Yeshua Messiah, Eyes of the Lord, Spirit of Enoch, The Witness, Prophetic Seer, the Great City, United States, Babylon. Simpsons, Rothschild bloodline, Endgame in May, Skull and Bones. Now listen, it's a duality ceremony. So you're going to represent the good and the evil. But notice you've seen RH negative blood, the Royal Lineage, the Good Shepherd. Okay, now you're going to see why I have to use my numbers. I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything. I just got to finish the ceremony. You know who Obama is, but who are they coming to kill in Chicago? You ain't figured it out yet? Okay, you haven't figured it out yet? All right, it's his polar opposite. Okay, we're made to hate each other. Now, Marge's middle name with her first name, A Star is Born. Now, look at all her numbers. Freeze the screen, the Anointed Lamb, the Return of the Lion King, the New King of Jerusalem, much radiation, alien signal. Now, watch this. You just seen 1111 and much radiation, correct? Let's go over much radiation. I showed you this in the last video. That's what this is about, people. I mean, the Monkey King, the Purple Prince, it's all the same. It's just different slang. You know, it's white people trying to use slang. It's easy to figure out. 2020, the year of the Monkey King. And that's how I knew the war was going to kick off, y'all. I knew they were coming for the gene. Because the numbers told me they were going to come for the gene. Are you following me? Bart and Lisa are twins. Even though they're not the same age, we put their ages together as a code. All right? The Alien King Key. I put that in the breakdown. Lightworker, Immortal Gods, God's birth info. Ray is Gematria. They're saying we are pure numbers. And they're correct. Ray, God of Heaven. Bart Simpson, target the end time king. Come on, y'all. Kill that nigga. Use the force. Shapeshifters. And I told you a lot of people aren't going to be the same after that gamma hits. We got different levels of absorption. And if you saw the movie, what's the Avengers movie? Captain Marvel. Some of them were inside the ship and she was flying out the ship in space. That's because we get different levels of power. Okay, everybody's not the same in Israel. Maggie, the baby, 8, which is the age of her sister. Lord, I am God. Maggie, Moloch, Genie, King, 8. Genie is code for angel. Moloch just means angel, correct? All right, and they love calling us apes anyway because they can code other things at the same time. They insult us. Maggie Simpson, the Force Awakens. I am the chosen one. I am the angel of death. Yeshua HaMashiach, the second coming, the Lord himself, 144. That's the angelic army. You're not going to see the angel of death without his army. The Antichrist. All right, Maggie Simpson, gods on earth, the God of Israel, the Lord himself is chief of the baboons, but they're talking about Chief Ephraim also. And they're human apes. Listen, when I say they call us monkeys, I'm telling you, they call us monkeys. Okay? This is what they do. They haven't changed, man. They're the same as their ancestors. All that shaking hands and peace shit, I ain't, you can say that shit with me. Why do I use my name in breakdowns? Question. Sister asked me, real honest sister. It's an RH negative ceremony. A ceremony requires a certain bloodline, spirit, numbers, nationality, phenotype. You got to be in a certain proximity, a certain gender, etc. If you're feeling like Killmonger, jump in the ceremony. I don't tell anyone you can't do the ceremony. It's up to you. But you got to have a lot of requirements. Are you following me? And your life may be required, by the way. All right? So if you ain't in it 100%, don't play with it. Don't even watch the videos if you're not in 100% because they're going to track you. Like I said, it's a 312 ceremony, which means Israelite super genes, gamma absorbers. All these phrases are in the same cipher. And when you start with The Simpsons, it all comes out. Prophetic Seers, Staples Center, Eyes of the Lord, Superman Genes, Messiah Yeshua, Gianna Gigi Bryant, Archangel Bloodline, David Elijah Revealed, Yahi S. Cohen, DNA Gene. Now, the reason I'm showing you this, I'm trying to prove since 1993, they've been running the same damn ceremony. And it's funny to me that all you damn Truther channels, you gematria geniuses, haven't figured this shit out. That's crazy. For one, we don't have the same issues. This is not about you guys getting killed. It's about us. So I know you probably don't give a damn. But two, it's more than numbers involved. Are you following me? I'm just showing you. It's all 312 ceremony.
This is Big Judah, coming to you guys from California. Before I begin, and give all praises to the Most High, Yahweh. Acknowledgement to the earthly mother, who is wisdom, who is the Holy Spirit. Acknowledgement to Yahweh Shai. Prayer to the Most High blesses this lesson this evening. Gives us more knowledge and understanding of the events of the past in order to understand the events that are currently happening on the earth. So we get a much better understanding of the things that are soon to come on the earth. The Most High moved me to read a little bit more of the Florentine Codex, Book 12. And he enlightened me to a little section that shows that our people were going through the quarantines just as the death angel was sent. And you're starting to see the same thing going on right now. You already hear about the quarantines going on in China. I'm sure there's quarantines going on in other parts of the world as well, as there will be quarantines here as well. As the Spaniards were slowly making their way to our capital city of Tenochtitlan, they were, the people had already knew that death was on its way. And you're going to see through the writings of our people in the 1500s that they already knew this was coming, and they were already pretty much quarantining themselves, which was actually pretty amazing, because you know that as people get quarantined and you're sitting there and you're self-quarantining, or you got a lot more time to sit there and think, sit there and reflect on your life, sit there and reflect on what you did or did not do for the Most High. You have a time to sit there and think about what was important in your life. What did you do for the Most High? What took up most of your time? Was it worth it? You have a lot of time for self-reflection, thinking about your job, thinking about, was this really what I should have spent my entire life, doing? Should I have been chasing money this whole time? That's what this time of being, stuck in your house, quarantining, will definitely make you do. And many are going to realize that they've wasted their time here, chasing the dainties of this life that meant absolutely nothing to the Most High. We're going to read from Florentine Codex, Book 12. Now, see, I didn't see a lot of these things before when I read it, because now it's starting to, Most High's opening my eyes to see how many of these events that happen in this story are just repeating themselves right now. As we see day by day, more people are now getting, they're pretty much showing now that there's more people that are testing and finding out that they have the coronavirus. And
So this app is starting to gain traction. It's starting to get more content creators. It's starting to become popular. You want to be aware of what's taking place. Now, the TikTok app. It was created in Beijing in 2012 by Zhang Yiming. And this app has just begun to gain traction, which is strange. I found it strange that an app that was created in 2012 started gaining traction right after the turn of the decade, being 2020. So this app is starting to gain traction. It's starting to get more content creators. It's starting to become popular. And I want to talk about this app. And I want to talk about the reason why it's becoming popular and what this means moving forward. All right, I want to talk about what this means. Now, for those who have not seen this app or been on this app, you know, I want to share my personal opinion that it's a lot of monkey see, monkey do that happens on this app. There's a lot of copycats, a lot of people who seem to be mindless drones who just copy what the next person does. It seems that a lot of people on that app will take mainstream, whatever's popular in the mainstream, and create some type of challenge to it. And that's pretty much what it looks like. But, you know, it never really ceases to amaze me. It never really ceases to amaze me how far in moral degradation that we're falling into. It never amazes me. When you look at every major corporation and business, it literally seems like they're free falling into the abyss. It seems like they're free falling into the abyss. And I want to talk about why this app is all of a sudden gaining the traction that it's gaining. So they have a challenge on there. The challenge is called the flip switch. The challenge is called the flip switch, right? And in this challenge, you'll have a couple, man and woman. They'll go into a restroom. Yeah, it's called flip the switch. Thank you, Jay Money. They'll go into a restroom. They'll play Drake's song called Non-Stop. And once Drake yells switch, the lights go out. And when the lights come back on, the man is wearing the woman's clothes and the woman is wearing the man's clothes. Now, this just started happening within the last couple months. Since this has happened, the whole app has blown up. I mean, the app is blown up. People are following it. And my thing is this, right? What kind of message is that really set? Barry Russell, thank you for the donation. Keep on speaking the truth, bro. Never stop, all praises. Thank you, family. I appreciate it. You know, what is happening in this world? What kind of let's talk about what kind of message that sets. For all the brothers and sisters who are articulate, and I'm talking about the young folks who are articulate, who are well-spoken, well-studied, have knowledge, you know, really creative, can create graphics, can create music, artistic people. What kind of message is this saying that in order to become popular in this current day and age, you got a gender swap? And it's interesting to me that they're playing it with Drake's song. Recently, Drake released a song with Lil Yachty. And this song has Lil Yachty wearing a dress. He's dressed as Oprah. He's dressed as Oprah. And Drake, he comes on stage in the video and he's rapping. He looks very comfortable as he's rapping, while this other brother is sitting across from him wearing a woman's garment. And I just found that interesting. It makes me wonder, what kind of spell is Drake casting on the people? What kind of witchcraft magic is being released from Drake when you got people wanting to cross-dress?
From studying and from a lot of the information, you start to realize that once you get this virus, it mutates and comes back again. And the Most High is now, you know, having people go through this process, and they're starting to realize that this plague is just something just more, it's just absolutely, I mean, the thing is, it's just kind of hard to put in words when you think about it, because this plague is just so destructive, and it has so many waves to it, so many layers to it, that only the Most High could have come up with something like this, where, you get infected, you get sick, you get better, but you never really get rid of it. You're always contagious. And then you go through the whole cycle again where you get sick. I said, it's just, it's truly a devastating disease that we see going on right now. It's like that death angel that's slowly making its.
Shalom, everyone. It's your boy G Dash the Prophet. I'm back on the case. I'm back on the job, doing what I do best, and that is exposing things. Now, there's a big scare about this virus that's going on. I don't even want to mention the name, but there's a big scare about it, and they are putting these messages in the films. Okay, they're putting the messages in the films. And, we see what's going on right now with China and stuff like that in the news, in the media. But in this film called Carriers, which came out in 2009, they're showing you who brought the virus. Okay, they're showing you that. I will be doing a lesson on this thing soon, real soon, bringing out book information and various clips of that sort. So y'all stay tuned.
March across the earth, which was actually talked about in scripture. Let's read a little bit right now. 2nd Esdras 15 and 27. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth. See, these plagues that were coming at the end was going to be a plagues over the whole earth. Just like I said before, this next destruction is going to make the old one in Egypt pale in comparison. You should now be able to start to see how these scriptures are now starting to make much more sense and have a lot more clarity. Again, 2nd Esdras 15 and 27. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. For the Most High shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. As you're starting to see, a lot of people now are realizing that you need that Psalm 91 coverage in order to be, set aside from what is to come. But 2nd Esdras 15 lets you know that it's not Caesarea that's going to save you. It's not believing in Caesarea that's going to save you. He has to choose you, because he's the one that's going to deliver you from what's to come. So listen to that one more time. 2nd Esdras 15 and 27. This is why you see a lot of these books have been hidden. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. For the Most High shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. So if you are sinning against the Most High, the real Most High, his people, ignoring their plight, he's telling you that he's going to leave you in these plagues. So no matter if you say, I believe in Jesus and he's gonna cover me and everything else, he doesn't exist. But now let's read a little bit about how, these death angels of the Most High, these Spaniards who are bringing death and destruction to our people, were slowly making their trek to our main city. And then the response of our people. I'm going to read it, this is the 14th chapter, okay? And Moctezuma yet in vain had commanded that the highway be closed off. They planted the one which led direct here to Mexico with magueys. And there they let them look upon the road which entered Texcoco. So he's trying to get them to not come to his land and, divert them somewhere else. Okay? And there they had blocked the way with a wall of maguey plants. Then the Spaniards realized it. They saw that it only blocked the way. They scorned it. They took it up. They kicked each plant away. They made them burst out of their places. Far did they cast among ways. They slept there at Amaquimmican. Thereupon they came on. They came on direct. They came direct along the road. They came to reach Quitlawak. That time they also slept there. They assembled the rulers who held sway everywhere over the people of the floating gardens. So Chilmilco, Quitlawak, and Mizkik. They spoke to them just the same way that they had spoken to the Chalkan rulers. And these rulers of the people of the floating gardens at once also submitted to them. So all these rulers were just submitting to them because they knew that they could not fight them. And when the Spaniards had been satisfied, then they moved on. They came to settle themselves at Itztalpalapan. Thereupon they summoned the rulers. They caused them to be summoned. They were known as the Four Lords. I'm not even going to read those 4 words, all right? In just the same manner as they had spoken to the floating gardens people's rulers, so they interviewed them, as hath been told. And likewise, peacefully, quietly, they submitted to the Spaniards. So as you see, these death angels are just coming. They're just coming, and the people know that they can't fight them, so they just make peace with them. Okay? And Moctezuma did not command that any make war against them, that any contend against them in battle. No one was to contend against them in battle. He commanded only that they not be ignored. That much be done for them. Okay? So here we go. Now we're going to see what's going to happen with the people. You're going to see a lot of similarities to what's happening today. Let's see. And when this had happened, here it was as if Mexico lay silent. So like the whole city of Tenochtitlan was silent, okay? No one went forth. No one was leaving their homes. No one was going anywhere, okay? No one was going forth. Mothers no longer let their children go forth. So these children now were staying home. No more schooling, no more out running the streets, no more hanging out with their friends. They were just home. Okay? So the mothers no longer let their children go forth. The roads were quite clean. They were wide open. So you said no one's going anywhere. Everyone's staying home. The roads were wide open. As in early morning, no one went across. No one crossed it. So no one's going anywhere. Pretty much everyone's quarantining themselves in their own homes. Just like what was going on in China, and I'm sure is going on just like in other parts of the world. There was an entering of the houses. There was preoccupation only with being afflicted. So like I said, these people were afflicting themselves, just thinking, knowing that death and destruction was on its way. Just like many of the people now that are quarantined, just waiting to die. Or losing hope. Same kind of thing. Okay? It says, the common folk said, let it be thus. Let it be accursed. What more will it be that you do? For already we are to die. Already we are to perish. Yea, already we await our death.
Awesome view, man.
That's what our people were going through. The anguish that they were going through. And these kinds of things that our people were going through have been hidden. They don't want people to know that a lot of the things that they're going to go through, or they're going through right now, our people already went through. Now you start to see why these books are so expensive, if you can get them at all, because it's explaining the same things you're seeing today going on when our people were being removed from the head to the tail, when we were being removed from being in the blessings to the cursings. Starting to see a lot of the same similarities of what's going on. Like I said, no school, no one went forth to work, no one was going to stores, no one was going out to have fun. People stayed home. and only afflicted themselves. You imagine just sitting there with all this time just to think about all these things. Now they're talking about, they've already closed down Disneyland and Japan and China. They're talking about actually playing March Madness with no crowds. Malls being closed down, possibly movies being closed down. All of their dainties, all the things that they've been looking forward to with one plague has now changed everything. And a lot of it, like when you're sitting there waiting to be afflicted, it's kind of like when you got in trouble. You broke something in the house, something really expensive at the house, and your mom tells you to go to your room, sit there, and wait till daddy gets home. And she tells you, don't turn on that TV. Don't play no games. Just sit there and wait. And you know how long, if it happened around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, dad doesn't get home till 5:30, 6 o'clock, you're sitting there for 3 or 4 hours, letting all that stuff, all that pain is about to happen. When dad comes home and bring that belt to the house, all you're thinking about that for the next 3 or 4 hours. Same kind of a thing. They know that butt whooping is coming. And same thing now with the world. The world is now having to, really kind of do a lot of self-reflection, realizing that this virus isn't like anything that they've seen before. See, many people are still trying to act like it's a hoax, it's fake, it's this, it's that. We'll see soon enough. Many people, because they've been on top so long, or we've been on the bottom so long, can't believe that the Most High is really doing this right now. But yes, this is really happening right now. So talking about when you're reading this, it's talking about no one's going anywhere. The streets are totally clear. No one's going anywhere. No one's going to work. Does that not look like this? Does that not sound like this? Everyone's staying at home. No one's going anywhere. Kids aren't going to school. No one's going shopping. Looks a lot like this, doesn't it? Or something like this. Everything comes to a complete stop. A lot of their, I think this is when Disneyland China or Japan closed. Like I said, all these scriptures are now just popping up, and it's all starting to make so much sense. I want to read a little something right here from Proverbs 1. Get that real quick. Proverbs 1. We'll read from 19 down. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. I was talking about all these people who have been greedy, coming over to our lands and taking away the lives of the owners. We own the lands the Most High has given us. And these other people have taken the lives of the owners. Wisdom crieth without, she uttereth her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she uttereth her words, saying, How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity, and the scorners delight in their scorning? The fool and fools hate knowledge. Now it's easy to point out who are the simple ones. It's easy to point out the ones who don't have knowledge and understanding, the ones that Most High is not enlightened to understand the whole truth. It all is starting to make so much sense. 23. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye shall set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. So all these people are now sitting in their homes, stuck in their homes. And the Most High is not going to have pity on them. In fact, he said he's going to laugh at their calamity, and will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your desolation cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. So all these people who have been just, living in simplicity, not caring. How many people we talk to and try to express this truth to? And they didn't want to hear any of it. Well, now that things are getting serious, now they're going to seek the Most High, and He's not going to hear them. We're going to 29. For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Most High. They would none of my counsel, they despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. That's just showing you how this is going to go down, how it's already been, released on the earth, and how important it is now to be chasing after the Most High and doing our best to understand what His will and things He wants from us as well. So I just want.
Did AIPAC infect the U.S. Congress with coronavirus? We have been asking this question since the end of the AIPAC conference in Washington, D.C. And again, I want to thank the enemies of True News who have attacked us and smeared us and vilified us and demanded that nobody grant media credentials to us. Thank you so much. I just thank you for doing it, because we didn't go to AIPAC. We didn't cover it. We didn't go there physically. Thank you. You protected us. I'm concerned about the people who were at AIPAC and now have returned to their communities carrying the virus. So we're going to be talking about it here, and then later in the program we have some very shocking information. One of those stories, and I'm bringing it up front before we talk about AIPAC. I got this out of La Repubblica in Italy today, and this is a translation from Italian to English. The coronavirus, now this is a story you're not seeing in the United States. The coronavirus remains in the air for up to 30 minutes and can cover a distance of 4.5 meters indoors. So that's roughly 15 feet.
Right.
So somebody that's 15 feet away from you, Edward, who's infected, can release the virus, and the virus lingers in the air for 30 minutes.
Survives.
Survives.
You think about it, and they won't, really, the headline of this should have probably been that coronavirus cases found to be somewhat airborne, right? Because what you just described here sounds like an airborne pathogen. But the study this was based on was by an epidemiologist named Hu Xiong. And what they said was it can be confirmed that in an air-conditioned, closed environment, the transmission distance of the new coronavirus will exceed the commonly recognized safe distance. And that's when they went on to say that this could go up to 4.5 meters indoors, but 4.5 meters is a long distance.
It's almost 15 feet.
Almost 15 feet, probably more. I mean, this is the extent of the study.
All right, it could be a small bus, small vehicle.
Briefing room in an important building like the White House.
A convention floor.
Yes. So what we hear in America from the CDC, and you hear politicians citing it, is, the dangerous area is just to be, a few feet away from the person. And basically, the implication is that person's got to spit on you, and you got to be standing a couple feet away. And if you're more than so many, what is it? how many feet are they saying?
6 feet.
6 feet.
Remember inside that makeshift surge tent in California, they had the 6 feet separation between the chairs.
So it's actually 15 feet, and it can be in the air for 30 minutes. The infected person could have walked away a half hour ago, and you could still get it.
Think about a plane. How many half-an-hour segments do you have on a usual plane flight, let's say domestically or internationally? This may explain again the rapid ascent of spread here we've seen in other countries, but also internationally, because again, it can live for 30 minutes outside the body.
Again, Everett, I'm thinking about this. You're in a room, you enter a room, and you don't know that 20 minutes earlier, an infected person left the room, but the virus is lingering in the air.
Yes.
And you never meet the person. You don't shake hands with the person. You don't have any interaction with the person. Has been gone for 20 minutes. The virus is in the air for 30 minutes. This research, which is from China, says the virus can exist up to 3 days on glass, metal, plastic, paper, and textiles. 3 days.
Why isn't this the front page of every newspaper in the world?
Because the news is controlled in America. That's why. You and Doc and I are fighting against the censorship of news in America. That's why we're called True News. And we have to fight to get this information out.
Well, Rick, even when we put the information out there, we're getting accused of putting out fake news. I mean, I don't understand the mindset of people that are in such denial about the information that's being put out there. Just receive it, take the information, make your own evaluation for it, but just don't automatically assume that it's fake or it's an attack on the president or that it's some sort of psyop operation. It could be any of those things, but whether they are or not, the effects are still the same. That people are getting sick, that they're showing up, in quarantine, and it's having an impact on society. They locked down Italy today. All right, that's not imaginary. They locked down an entire country today.
So, Doc, how many Americans and Canadians and Europeans were touring Rome today?
Easily, in hundreds of thousands, if not a million.
They can't get out.
A city like Rome.
They can't get out. They can't leave. They're now in a country that's in quarantine.
A country which 2 weeks ago, people wouldn't have batted an eye at about taking a trip to as a tourist, a worker, or even a government official. I mean, this is a country that had military drills potentially set up for only 2 weeks ago with, I believe it was with Israel, the 173rd Airborne Division. But this story, Rick, it includes textiles. Think about that's clothes. 2 to 3 days on clothes. So I know Doc had mentioned people disbelieve. Let's just give them a little fact. This story's been out there for a long time. In factories in China, there were workers who showed up to work, producing the goods that come to all the world, including America. And this now says, this study was not something that's this moment. This is studying cases maybe in January and February, that for 2 to 3 days, the virus, if let's say a worker coughed while he was on the production line, that could have survived on products that individual made and was then subsequently shipped out to other parts of China, potentially other parts of the world.
That's right. Well, if the product arrived in less than 3 days, it would be contagious. But airport luggage.
There was a case out of the United Kingdom.
Luggage will get there in the same day.
Yes, that's right.
Right. 2 baggage handlers in the UK, Rick, came down with coronavirus here on Friday of last week. And so how many bags did they handle? How many hundreds, maybe even thousands of bags did they handle pulling in and out of airport terminals and out of airline baggage holds?
Doc, we were talking about this a month ago.
Right. Yeah, and we even had people in the airline industry that said this is going on right now.
Okay, let's get back to AIPAC. I wanted to talk about this story. The original, I got a lot of Republican. The original story was in South China Morning Post because it's a Chinese study. So, AIPAC, we know, excuse me, we know last week, or AIPAC's been, what, 2 weeks now?
Last week.
Last week.
Was it last week? Okay,
Just last week.
So it ended last Tuesday, right?
Yes.
We know that at least 2 delegates to AIPAC are infected. It was traced back to a man at a law firm in New York City, in Manhattan. Actually, and you were right when you and I had a conversation. Mr. Garbuz caught it from the other lawyer.
Oh, wow. Well, some 2 cases.
Yes. So that lawyer who works in Mr. Garbuz's law firm, he infected something like 19 people, including members of his family. But then he's connected to a synagogue. The synagogue was shut down. His son attends Yeshiva University. They halted classes. He's active in Young Israel, which is a Zionist, very radical Zionist organization that, let's just say they're very fond of IDF snipers and kneecappers. All right. So anyhow, it's been traced back to that group. Okay, so over the weekend, another report came out. This is from Los Angeles. A 3rd AIPAC delegate was confirmed to have coronavirus. Now, the news media in America is really working hard to suppress the news about AIPAC. You really have to work hard to find the stories. And they may mention AIPAC somewhere in the story. Because like if you read, out of Los Angeles, man or person diagnosed with coronavirus, it may be the next to the last sentence says the individual attended AIPAC. So it's not in the headlines. They don't want you. The Zionists are trying to manage the damage control. Why? Because 2/3 of the U.S. Congress visited the AIPAC convention, including the Vice President of the United States and major members of the cabinet, Secretary of State Pompeo. 2/3 of the congressional members, House and Senate, were there. What happens if this spreads into the Congress? It comes back on the doorstep of AIPAC. And so the media is working very hard to scrub AIPAC's name out of this news cycle. But guess what organization they're also working very hard
to pin this on?
Pin it on. CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee, which is just as guilty. When I say guilty, just as implicated in the spread of coronavirus. So both organizations, political conferences attended by many politicians in Washington, and now we have a situation that we don't know how many members of the House and Senate were exposed to coronavirus. So I'm going back to that South China Morning Post La Repubblica article. The virus can survive in the air for 30 minutes. It can exist on hard surfaces for 3 days. Think about this as we talk about AIPAC and CPAC. So we'll move on. Times of Israel. This is number 5. Times of Israel, Israeli newspaper. AIPAC won't say whether coronavirus infected attendees met with lawmakers. Why?
Of course not.
Wait a minute. AIPAC is being irresponsible. They need to be transparent. They need to tell us who met with whom. They know who's infected, and they know who they met. And why aren't they disclosing this information?
Well, they wouldn't even confirm if they've notified those members of Congress that went to AIPAC, spoke at AIPAC, or even some of their staffers. The Times of Israel, quoting a congressional aide, said that staffers at Capitol Hill were freaking out, that's their words, about whether they had interacted with the infected pro-Israel activists. Now, this is, I would say, just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this story, but at least the Times of Israel mentions and actually published and put the name AIPAC, into the organization AIPAC into this.
But it's published in Israel. It's not doing any damage here in the United States.
Right.
It's not hurting their public relations in Israel. It's their PR in America they have to protect.
And Betsy Burns-Korns, the new president of AIPAC, she really only put out the memo informing individuals about the potential of exposure. And she put that out on Twitter. That was the first we ever heard about it. We don't know at what point in time that AIPAC and Betsy Burns-Korns knew about the infection. But the point is that this has now created a national security emergency in the center of U.S. power.
Well, what we do know, Doc and Edward, is that the government of Israel has ordered all Israelis who attended AIPAC to go into quarantine.
Yes. And they did that on Thursday, Rick. They did that on Thursday.
That's right, last Thursday, but the United States, the Trump administration has not taken any action, and everybody's acting like there's no problem. And so you have members of the House and Senate, you have their staff members, you have the news reporters, you have the delegates who went back to their synagogues and their evangelical Zionist temples, and only God knows how many of them are infected and are spreading it in their communities.
Well, Rick, the spokesperson, the international spokesperson for the IDF spoke from the stage at AIPAC. I mean, think about the extent of this. They had an Iron Dome in the basement. There were military members at the conference. As you know, The Intercept pointed out, the Israeli Health Ministry is taking steps, ordering self-quarantine of residents returning from these conferences. But the United States basically has let these individuals walk around free, maybe to go to other conferences such as CPAC or other private meetings, plenty of which took place last week in D.C. This has become now a huge scandal, I think, in regard to AIPAC, because it came down to them not really notifying anyone right away when they found out.
You know, I hope, Edward, I don't get deplatformed for reading and quoting a Jewish newspaper, because that's what they do to me. You know, I read newspapers from all over the world, but whenever I quote Jewish newspapers, somebody wants to deplatform me because I get the information out to the general public. But I'm reading from the Times of Israel. Is asked by the Times of Israel whether the organization had been in touch with any members of Congress or congressional staff who met with the coronavirus-infected conference attendees, and AIPAC officials said, quote, "They don't have anything further. We continue to follow the guidelines by local and federal public health authorities," end of quote. Wow. And what he didn't say is, and we wrote the guidelines.
Well, Rick,
but in Israel, if you went to AIPAC, you're in quarantine, mandatory by the Israeli government.
And they shouldn't be doing that here.
Yes.
Also. It shouldn't be something to learn about.
CPAC and AIPAC. If you went to either one of these organizations, now think about it. I don't know, was John Hagee, was he at AIPAC?
Or his aides? Or people who met with John Hagee subsequently or went to his church?
How many of the famous evangelical Zionists on religious TV were at AIPAC, you know, hobnobbing with their Zionist masters? How many of them were there? How many of them went back to their church congregations after being exposed to coronavirus inside AIPAC?
Well, think about this. The trinkets they hand out at AIPAC and other conferences, pens, bands, anything made from plastic, textile. These people who attended the conference, they took these things home. They passed them out. They took them back to offices. AIPAC specifically had a whole day where they sent their attendees out to every single congressional office in Capitol Hill.
What do they call those objects in Kabbalah?
Trinkets.
Tokens.
Tokens. So you may have received a coronavirus-infused token from a Zionist Kabbalist. So anyhow, Israel has put them in quarantine. The United States has not. Now we move on. Okay, over the weekend I saw a video of New York Senator Charles Schumer giving a shout out to the students, the New York students who were at AIPAC.
From the Yeshiva University.
From the Yeshiva University, which is the center, well, it's one of the clusters of coronavirus in Westchester County.
The lawyer's son went to it.
Yes. So that's how it got there.
Yes.
All right. So this is Senator Schumer on the stage of AIPAC giving a shout out to the Yeshiva University students, which happens to be one of the delegations from New York that's carrying coronavirus. Watch this.
Here, thank you for having me at the largest gathering of Americans who support the United States-Israel relationship. Thank you for coming and supporting Israel. Now, let me begin on a happy note. At least some Jews can play basketball. The Yeshiva University basketball team, they're known as the Maccabees. They won their conference and just qualified for the NCAAs.
Well, somebody should ask Charles Schumer if he'll get a swab test, have his fever, his temperature taken. He ought to be in quarantine.
Forget the three-point shots you're talking about from that team. They're going to be talking about vaccines and treatment for essentially for the people who are exposed.
Charles
And
Schumer.
Rick.
Yes, go ahead, Doc.
And Rick, you got to know, he's the representative from New York. He probably hung out with his constituents after he spoke, right?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. If anybody who should be in quarantine right now, it ought to be Charles Schumer. Instead of threatening Supreme Court judges, he ought to be in mandatory quarantine. Not only is he a threat to Supreme Court justices, he's a threat to anybody that he comes in contact with. Now, the Jerusalem Post, here I go again, I'm quoting Israeli newspapers. The headline, Israel malls quarantine for travelers from New York, California, and Washington. The Israeli Health Ministry this was over the weekend, considering adding the American states of Washington, New York, and California to the list of places requiring visitors now in Israel to do 14 days of quarantine.
Well, Rick, I'll add to that story. Late this afternoon, and this was in Times of Israel, it was reported that Vice President Pence requested that Israel quarantine all visitors coming from anywhere rather than just say just the U.S.
Yes.
Because they didn't want to appear that was just the U.S. that was being quarantined.
Well, according to the reports over the weekend, Doc, there was a heated debate inside the Netanyahu cabinet. The health ministry wanted American visitors in Israel to be quarantined.
Right.
Mr. Netanyahu opposed it. Now, we don't have a quote directly from Mr. Netanyahu. This is based on Israeli news reports. They said that he feared that he was going to offend and anger Donald Trump.
Wow.
So if that's true, he was making policy based on the political expediency of being friends with the United States and Donald Trump and Jared Kushner over the safety of the Israelis. So that's the kind of political dynamics that's taking place right now in countries of politicians arguing with health officials over what they should do. I got one more story before we go to the White House, and this has to do with AIPAC. This is Jerusalem Post, same story that we just looked at. A spokesperson for AIPAC said he did not know how many Israelis took part in the 18,000-person conference, which was attended by world leaders, dozens of members of Congress, and high-profile officials. Vice President Mike Pence was the keynote speaker. According to AIPAC's website, prominent Israeli participants included former ambassadors to the United States, Danny Ayalon. Goes on. In contrast to the Israeli Health Ministry, the Washington, D.C. Capitol Department of Health issued a statement on Friday saying based on its investigation. Quote, there is no identified risk to conference attendees at this time. All attendees and members of the public are urged to follow the well-established prevention tips like staying home if you're sick and calling ahead to a health provider if experiencing symptoms. We will work with AIPAC leadership to keep all attendees informed of any new developments. So you see the American political leaders and government agencies bowing down to AIPAC. Israel doesn't have to bow down to AIPAC because AIPAC works for them. But in the United States, federal, state, and local government agencies bowed down and licked the boots of the Israeli Zionists at AIPAC.
If you were to ask the average Israeli or even the average American if they care more about the foreign policy goals of President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu rather than their safety and the safety of their family, I guarantee you the average American cares more about not getting coronavirus than they do about this special, untouchable, immutable relationship we have with Israel.
Yes, but AIPAC has the power in Washington, and they're showing us right now they have that power, and they're putting all of America at risk in order to save and protect their public image. All right, we're going to go to the White House. President Trump is speaking in regards to the crash on Wall Street today.
Thank you very much. We just attended a very important task force meeting on the virus that everybody is talking about all over the world, no matter where you go. That's what's on people's minds. And we are going to take care of and have been taking care of the American public and the American economy. We are going to be asking tomorrow, we're seeing the Senate. We're going to be meeting with House Republicans, Mitch McConnell, everybody, and discussing a possible payroll tax cut or relief, substantial relief, very substantial relief. That's a big number. We're also going to be talking about hourly wage earners getting help so that they can be in a position where they're not going to ever miss a paycheck. We're going to be working with companies and small companies, large companies, a lot of companies, so that they don't get penalized for something that's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not our country's fault. This was something that we were thrown into, and we're going to handle it, and we have been handling it very well. The big decision was early when we shut down our borders. We're the first ones ever to do that. We've never done that in our country before. We would have a situation that would be a lot more dire. Also, we're going to be seeing Small Business Administration and creating loans for small businesses. We're also working with the industries, including the airline industry, the cruise ship industry, which obviously will be hit. We're working with them very, very strongly. We want them to travel. We want people to travel to certain locations and not to other locations at this moment. And hopefully that will straighten out sooner rather than later, but we're working with the industries and in particular those two industries. We're also talking to the hotel industry. In some places actually will do well, and some places probably won't do well at all, but we're working also with the hotel industry. But the main thing is that we're taking care of the American public, and we will be taking care of the American public. And I really appreciate the professionals behind me and the professionals actually behind them in a different room. We have a tremendous team, and it's headed up by our great Vice President, Mike Pence. And I want to thank Mike because he's been working 24 hours a day, just about. He has been working very, very hard, very diligently, and very professionally. And I want to thank him. I want to thank the team. And I'll have Mike say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just completed today's meeting of the White House Coronavirus Task Force. We had the opportunity to brief the President today on a broad range of issues. And once again, because of the unprecedented action that President Trump took in January, suspending all travel from China, establishing travel advisories for portions of South Korea and Italy, establishing screening of all direct flights, all passengers from all airports, Italy and South Korea. We have bought a considerable amount of time, according to all the health experts, to deal with the coronavirus here in the United States. In fact, as I stand before you today, the risk of contracting the coronavirus to the American public remains low, and the risk of serious disease among the American public also remains low. That being said, the President did deploy not just a whole-of-government approach, but also a whole-of-America approach. And last week, at the President's direction, we met with leaders in industries from nursing homes to airlines, pharmaceutical companies, commercial labs, and it's had great impact. Pharmaceutical companies are already working literally around the clock on the development of therapeutics that will be medicines that can bring relief to people that contract the coronavirus. And I know how pleased the President was to learn that the commercial labs in this country, led by companies like LabCorp and Quest, have already brought a test forward and are taking that to market effective today. This week, at the President's direction, we'll be meeting with hospital CEOs, health insurance CEOs, and all building on top of what the President will be announcing tomorrow with regard to economic relief for working Americans. We also met today in a conference call with 47 of America's governors. We were able to brief them on the latest, the progress that we've made. We were able to confirm with them that testing is now available in all state labs in every state in the country. Over 1 million tests have been distributed before the end of this week. Another 4 million tests will be distributed. But as I said before, with the deployment of the commercial labs, we literally are going to see a dramatic increase in the availability of testing, and that's all a direct result of the President's leadership. Today, in a few moments, we will outline community guidance that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci will be publishing. The President's direction, we're going to be providing guidance about how to keep your home safe, how to keep your business safe, how to keep safe and healthy at your school, and we'll be publishing that information and speaking about that. A brief word about the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess has docked this afternoon in Oakland, California, at a commercial dock. 25 children. We were happy to learn through the screening over the last 2 days. The 25 children on the ship are all healthy. Of the people that have contracted the coronavirus, 21 in all, they're being dealt with in proper isolation, working with health authorities in California. We hope before the end of today to begin to disembark California residents to Travis Air Force Base and Miramar. We've made arrangements with Canada and the UK to take their passengers back. They'll be transported directly to the tarmac, charter flights home, and tomorrow the remaining passengers will be transported again through very, very carefully controlled environments, buses, out to the tarmac and flown to military bases in Georgia and Texas. All the passengers will be tested, isolated as appropriate, quarantined as appropriate, and I want to express appreciation to the Governor of California and his administration, the Governor of Georgia, the Governor of Texas for their strong cooperation with us in resolving the issues around the Grand Princess. It has been a partnership which the President directed us from the very beginning, and the process that Bob Kadlec will detail in any questions in a few moments continues to work and move forward. The remaining people on the ship, the crew itself, will push off from the dock, and they will be quarantined and observed and treated shipboard. But the president made the priority to get the Americans ashore, and we're in the process of doing that, as well as returning foreign nationals. Let me just say one other point. As the president's spoken today to congressional leadership, one of the things that I informed the president that I've been hearing from governors is the concern about hourly wage earners in this country feeling that they had to go to work even if they were ill. The president has tasked this economic team and is working already with leaders in the Congress to make sure that that anyone feels that they are at risk of losing their job or losing a paycheck because they may contract the coronavirus. When we tell people, if you're sick, stay home, and the president has tasked the team with developing economic policies that will make it very, very clear that we're going to stand by those hardworking Americans, stand by those businesses, large and small, and make it possible for us, as the president said from the very beginning, to put the health of America first. We'll be available to take any questions on any of these topics, but Mr. President, I didn't know if you wanted to speak a few more.
I think what
closing.
we will be doing is having a news conference tomorrow to talk about various things that we're doing economically. They'll be very major, including obviously the payroll tax cut. And so we'll be meeting again tomorrow afternoon. We'll be coming back from the Senate. We have a lot of very important meetings set up. And we'll have a press conference sometime after that. And we'll explain what we're doing on an economic standpoint and from an economic standpoint. But they will be very, very dramatic. And we have a great economy. We have a very strong economy. But this blindsided the world. And I think we've handled it very, very well. I think they've done a great job. The people behind me have done a great job. So I will be here tomorrow afternoon to let you know about some of the economic steps we're taking, which will be major. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have you been tested?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Has he been tested? Have you been tested?
I have not been tested for the coronavirus.
Has the president been tested?
He's been in contact with people who were in proximity to somebody who had the virus.
Let me be sure and get you an answer to that. I honestly don't know the answer to the question, but we'll refer that question and we will get you an answer from the White House physician very quickly. Let me ask Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx to come to the podium. You all and the American public will have at their fingertips very quickly guidance. This is for every American. We're working with communities like the Seattle area, like portions of California, New York, and Florida that have what we call community spread, a concentration of coronavirus cases. But we directed our team to come up with helpful recommendations for every American family, every American business and school. And if Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci step forward, they can outline that for you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. It was good getting out last week, meeting with communities. We know that the real solutions to this is every American has a role in stopping the spread of the virus. And so we wanted to really put out guidance for every American and every community that was practical and common sense, but detailed in a way that everyone would know precisely what to do. The guidance will be around how to keep workplaces safe, how to keep schools safe, how to keep the homes safe, and how to keep commercial businesses safe where people would eat or be present. The importance about this is we believe that communities are at the center of this. I came from a field where it was the communities that really solved our issues around HIV prevention. And so we're very much speaking to the communities and the American people about what can be done. All of this information came from a paper that Dr. Fauci provided from the Australians, first author Dalton. So you can actually look up the scientific evidence that informed each of these guidelines. But we will be providing that this evening in great detail so that every mother, father, child, son, daughter, caregiver will know precisely what to do and what to ask for.
Dr. Fauci?
Yeah.
Just to reiterate what Dr. Burke said, it was as simple as that. We have been speaking about the kinds of things that would keep our citizens safe in a variety of environments. We've been speaking about on telephone calls, we've been speaking about at conferences. The CDC has been talking about this for a long time, as has Dr. Birx and I. So we thought we would put it together in a neat formed way that would be available to the general public. What Dr. Birx had mentioned is that just the other day I got one of many, many emails where some of my colleagues that I know from Australia actually decided they were going to write a paper on it and make a number of boxes, which was exactly saying what we had been talking about. So we came up with the idea it would be very good for clarity. So why don't we just put it together, edit it a little, and put it in a way that people can look, what about the home? What about the school? What about the workplace? These are really simple, low-tech things. There's nothing in there that's complicated, but it's just stated in a way that's clear that people can understand.
I might ask the Surgeon General if there's anything about the guidance you want to reflect on.
Well, one thing I want folks to know is that we have been looking at the data from around the world, and we now know more than we ever have about who is at risk. Who is at risk, and I hope you will help us communicate this to the American people, are people over the age of 60. They're much more likely to develop complications from the coronavirus and to be hospitalized from the coronavirus. The average age of death is age 80. Now, what we also want communities to know is that if you are a child or young adult, you're more likely to die from the flu if you get it than you are to die from coronavirus. So there's something about being young that is protective. We want people to be reassured by that. We want people to know that we are really focusing in on those groups that are at highest risk for complications and helping them understand how to be safe. And this new advice that's going to be coming out tomorrow is designed to keep our community safe, to help keep the most vulnerable safe. And it's important to understand that even though young people aren't at risk for dying from coronavirus, they can potentially spread that to older people in the communities and people with chronic diseases. So it's important we all take precautions, washing our hands, covering our cough, keeping our distance from people who are sick, and taking the steps that will be coming out in this new guidance to help make sure we're doing everything we know possible to keep our most vulnerable protected.
Great. Well done. Thank you. And I'm going to, I think the Surgeon General raises a very important point. You know, my mother is 88 years young. My stepfather's about the same age. This is just a really good time. What Dr. Fauci tells us, what the experts tell us is to look after family members, loved ones who are senior citizens, and particularly those who have serious underlying health conditions. All the data, Dr. Birx confirms to us that they're the most vulnerable to serious consequences if they contract the coronavirus. But the guidance that we would ask members of the media and the American public looking on, you can go to coronavirus.gov. This information to be posted tonight, and hopefully it will be useful, helpful, common sense for families, for schools, for businesses, and for commercial establishments that welcome the public in, just to create the kind of practices that we believe will mitigate the spread of the coronavirus across the country as a whole. But with regard to seniors, I might just ask Seema Verma to step up and speak about. Last week at the President's direction, we raised the standards for every nursing home in America with regard to infectious disease, and we are deploying all 8,000 of our inspectors in every state, as we told the governors today, to focus exclusively on infectious disease compliance at our nursing homes. Our hearts break for the families at the Kirkland Nursing Home in Seattle. The loss of life has been grievous, but we are sending the message out, working with our governors to make sure our nursing homes and long-term care facilities have the additional layer of protection against the spread of the coronavirus. And maybe you'd give us
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
As he said, that's exactly where our focus is. It's around infection control, and we're working with the entire healthcare industry. Today, we issued more guidance to nursing homes about really upping their screening of people that are coming into the nursing home and making sure that, you know, they're gloved and they have masks so that we can protect people that are in the nursing homes. The other thing that we're doing is, because we know that many of our senior citizens are vulnerable, we want to make sure that they know that the Medicare program is behind them, and we're here to support them. We're letting our patients know that they can get a coronavirus test and that there is no cost sharing associated with that for our seniors on the Medicare program. And we're also letting them know that because of the president's leadership, over a year and a half ago, he took action to actually extend more telehealth benefits to our nation's seniors. And this is a very historic change that we made under the president's leadership. And so if they're sick and they're ill, they can call their doctor, they can Skype with their doctor, and Medicare will reimburse for those services. And we've also, in our conversations with governors today, we've talked about having telehealth services also available in the Medicaid program.
Great. Let me invite Bob Kadlec, who is Deputy Secretary of HHS, to come forward as well to fill us in on the latest on the progress on the Grand Princess.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
That is dockside now and is going through a very careful process of having Americans and foreign nationals come off, and everyone will be tested.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, we began our medical operation to basically disembark those passengers. On Saturday, we put in place a medical crew on that boat to augment the physicians and nurses that were already on the ship. We basically ensured that the quarantine on the boat and isolation were being enforced, and then evaluated first the children and those who were ill, identifying anyone who is severely ill if possible. When the boat arrived on dockside today, additional medical personnel came on board, and we began an orderly disembarkation. Our intent is to basically disembark about half of the passengers on the boat today and the other half tomorrow. And everyone will be medically screened before they get off. If there's any question about their physical or health, they'll be screened again more additionally. And then they'll be transferred to one of the 4 quarantine sites in the United States: Travis Air Force Base, Miramar Naval Air Station, Lackland Air Force Base, and Dobbins Air Force Base in Georgia. The foreign passengers will be transferred. The Canadians will be taken back to Canada, and we're working with the United Kingdom to return their passengers back to the United Kingdom. But we're doing this all in cooperation with the great support of the state of California, the city of Oakland, and with the support of the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Thank you.
Great. And on the subject of testing, we had a very good discussion today, as I mentioned, with 47 governors, and outlined for them all of the different testing methods that are available. We have tests now in every state lab in America, but we're rapidly expanding that. And let me ask the Secretary of HHS to give us the latest on the availability of testing to the American public and to the states.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So we continue with our strategic plan at HHS across all of the components represented by many of the leaders here, which is to diagnose, to treat, to contain, to mitigate, to research, and communicate. It's what we do in a healthcare crisis situation. One element of that is the test, which of course CDC developed in record time after getting the genetic sequence posted from China. That then was available at CDC, and from that point on, there was no individual that a public health official needed to get tested. The CDC didn't have surplus capacity to test, but we've been moving progressively to bring that test closer and closer and closer to the patient and to the bedside, and to make it as easy as possible for us to use testing, very much in line with our peer countries facing similar epidemiological circumstances. At this point, we, as many of you who were here on Saturday for the briefing know, we have over 1 million tests that have shipped from CDC and 2 private contractors that are the CDC type of test. Those are now out, and as the Vice President mentioned, every state public health lab is validated and operating those tests. In addition, hundreds of thousands of those tests are in hospitals, in private labs, in commercial labs. We now have a total of 2.1 million tests that are available, either shipped or waiting to be shipped or waiting to be ordered. We, by the end of this week, expect to be able to be producing up to 4 million tests per week. in the United States. And that is on top of what the private commercial entities, the companies you know of like LabCorp or Quest, using their technology, the tests that they're getting out, which is an even better experience for the patient because those work, they are able to actually collect samples directly in doctors' offices, have a very sophisticated collection system to their labs, again, making it a very much more seamless patient experience. They're now validated and getting up and running, and that you'll see even more of that. So as I said, over the next week or so, you're just going to see a progressively better patient and physician and provider experience connected to diagnostic testing here in the United States. Thank you.
So how many have been
Very
tested
good.
so far? Do you have that
Well,
number?
maybe questions in just a moment. We'll come back. We'll come back. With that, I want to invite the director of CDC to come forward just to give you an overview of where we are in the country with regard to cases, and then we'll take questions on any of the topics.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We do continue to see an increased number in cases. Again, as we said we would, as time passes. We currently have over 500 cases now in the United States, outside of the repatriation cases and the cases on the Diamond Princess. We now have cases in 35 states that have been reported in the District of Columbia. I want to reiterate what the Vice President said, despite what I just said here, is that at the present time, the risk to the American public does remain low. We do have several community outbreaks, which we're focusing on in the Seattle area, in the Santa Clara, California area, in Westminster, in New York, and in Florida. And these are areas that we're investigating heavily to try to understand the transmission mechanisms there and begin to help these jurisdictions begin to operationalize a series of mitigation strategies to help, again, to slow and contain the outbreak. Thank you.
And let me say, just before we go to questions, coronavirus.gov. For the American public, for healthcare professionals, it is a comprehensive website. We're adding to it every day. And also, Dr. Birx, we're working very diligently to establish a single website where people can go to track all of the cases and where they're emerging. Questions, please.
Could I ask you and Secretary Mnuchin, if I could? The stock market, a huge slide today, and people on Wall Street now talking about the possibility of a recession. Some people saying it's a better than 50-50 chance that will happen. How worried are you that will happen?
Well, let me just first say, today was an unprecedented move in the oil market. So, we saw a overnight reaction of over down 20%, and that's obviously what had a major component today on the stock market. But let me just make a couple of comments more broadly about the economy. First of all, we couldn't be more pleased that coming into the situation with the coronavirus, the U.S. has the most resilient economy in the world. You saw a very large economic jobs number last month, and we couldn't be more pleased that the president's economic programs of tax cuts, regulatory relief, and trade have put the economy in a very good position. I would also just say that I am in daily conversations with Chair Powell. We are committed, and we just had a meeting with the president and the economic team. The president is committed that whatever support we need to provide to the U.S. economy, we will use all our tools, working very closely with the regulators. The president has the bank CEOs coming in this week. We'll be talking to them about what they can do to help small businesses and companies that are impacted. So let me just again emphasize our primary focus is there are parts of the economy that are going to be impacted, especially workers that need to be at home, hardworking people who are at home under quarantine or taking care of their family. We'll be working on a program to address that. We will also be working with small businesses who need liquidity through SBA programs. We're looking at alternatives at the IRS. We have large tax payments coming up of providing certain relief to companies and individuals for liquidity. So the president is 100% committed that we will provide whatever tools we need, that the economy will be in very good shape a year from now. This is not like the financial crisis where we don't know the end in sight. This is about providing proper tools and liquidity to get through the next few months.
Follow up.
Well, let me just say there are certain authorities that the president has that we can do on our own, and we've already cataloged those tools. We have a large group, a sub-task force of Treasury and NEC working on this. We are also working with bipartisan leadership on a whole range of alternatives that we'll be discussing with them tomorrow. And as you know, we had bipartisan agreement on the spending deal. We will use the same approach to work with the leadership on the House and the Senate on this.
What's the number
You just said that you have not been tested. You said you don't know if the president has been tested, but today we learned that the president has interacted with 2 lawmakers who have interacted with someone who is positive for coronavirus. So why not get tested?
Well, I just simply don't know what the White House physician has recommended to the president, but I promise you we'll get you that information.
When do you think you could let us know if the president has been tested?
We'll let you know tonight, right away. Yeah, but look, this is obviously the White House physician is, their directive is to see to the health and well-being of the President of the United States, and we'll get you a very direct answer on that. I've had no recommendation that I would be tested, and but let me just say to everyone, I really do believe that the guidance that we put out today would be very helpful and very encouraging to Americans. It was fashioned by Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, some of the leading experts in infectious disease in the world. And for families that are looking on tonight, to go to coronavirus.gov, you can find information about how you can just make your home safer, your family safer, your school safer, your business safer, and we recommend that to your attention. Yes, please.
Mr. President, do you believe, and does the president believe, that what happened in the stock market today and what we're seeing among American industries, some of which the president named today as being affected and in trouble here, are in any way a result of this White House's reaction to the coronavirus crisis? Is this the markets and American businesses saying that you guys are not enough in charge and didn't think enough ahead?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm about a week and a half into being asked to lead the President's White House Coronavirus Task Force. And the men and women standing behind me and all the men and women standing behind them have done a remarkable job responding to this. The President's decision to suspend all travel from China, Dr. Fauci, I think, reflected just last night on national television about the time that bought us, the decisive action in declaring a public health emergency. I really do believe that the American people can see that this president is putting the health of the American people first. But make no mistake about it, as we go forward, and particularly as we have more testing available, and we have these communities that have community spread, there will be more cases. But we simply ask. We ask today for the American public to join with us in the common sense practices that will mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. And also particularly, we're asking every American to look after our seniors who have serious underlying health issues. They are clearly the most vulnerable, and that's where the focus of our energy is today, even as we do everything that we can, working with governors at every level, state and local public health officials to limit the spread of the virus.
If I could ask you a question of Dr. Fauci. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Dr. Fauci.
You're up to it. More and more organizations, charities are canceling fundraising events, other events. Is that prudent? Is that an overreaction? Do you think the president should continue with campaign rallies? And do you believe that people, even if they're healthy, should get on board a cruise ship?
Okay, so there's multiple different questions, John. So the idea about individual entities, governors, mayors, or whatever, canceling activities that are not coming from a direct recommendation from the federal government, I think that they have I know they have the authority to do that, but what they're probably acting on is what they would consider for their citizens an abundance of caution. Most of the time when that happens, it usually is in an area where there is already documented community spread, and Dr. Redfield mentioned the 4 areas right now that are having community spread that's documented. But there may be, as we know, it's a possibility that there's community spread going on in areas in which we're not detecting it yet. And I think that's the response of the individuals, be they mayors or governors, who have you, who are doing that. So I wouldn't criticize them for that. They're using their own individual judgment. And to me, I think that would be prudent.
Campaign rallies?
I can't comment on. This is something in motion. This is an evolving thing. So not sure what we're going to be able to say at the time where you have a campaign rally. If you're talking about a campaign rally tomorrow in a place where there is no community spread, I think the judgment to have it might be a good judgment. If you want to talk about large gatherings in a place where you have community spread, I think that's a judgment call, and if someone decides they want to cancel it, I wouldn't publicly criticize them.
Mr. Vice President, I had asked one last one about cruise ships because a lot of people are planning cruises over the spring break. Would you recommend that anybody, even a healthy person, get on board a cruise ship?
Yeah, I think if you're a healthy young person, that there is no reason, if you want to go on a cruise ship, to go on a cruise ship. Personally, I would never go on a cruise ship because I don't like cruises. But that's another story. But the fact is that if you have the conditions that I've been speaking about over and over again to this group, namely an individual who has an underlying condition, particularly an elderly person that has underlying condition, I would recommend strongly that they do not go on a cruise ship.
And let me also say, John, I think you raise a good point. We're expecting a proposal tomorrow. The DHS, the Coast Guard, all of our health officials are currently discussing with the cruise line industry. I was in Miami on Saturday. We made it very clear that we needed cruise lines to be safer, to establish and to embrace new protocols, screening on board, screening off, new medical protocols, shipboard processes for evacuating people that may contract coronavirus or a serious illness. And I know the president was grateful that our cruise line leadership all stepped up to the table. They said they're ready to go to the next level. And so we'll be reviewing that proposal tomorrow with the objective that apart from the Americans that Dr. Fauci just described, the seniors with serious underlying conditions, we're going to work with the cruise line industry to improve the safety, improve the health environment on cruise lines in the short term and in the long term. Yes,
President. Thank you. Sorry, I got it. Last time President Trump was in this room, he told us that the number of U.S. cases was 15 and would soon go down to 0. You guys are saying today that the number is going up and it's more than 500. What is the discrepancy and how was he so wrong on that number?
Look, I think what the president was referring to is that we will have people that test positive and then they get better. President Trump wants the American people to know, and I'm going to ask Dr. Birx to reflect on this for a moment. The vast majority of people who contract the coronavirus will get better. And the president's just challenged our task force as the numbers grow, and they will. We'll continue to test more and more Americans. We are, as I'm standing here. That it's also important to remember that people, with the vast majority, get better completely. Some large percentage have mild flu symptoms, some have serious flu symptoms, but then of course for the Americans you heard the Surgeon General refer to, seniors with underlying serious health conditions Dr. Fauci referred to, we're committed to lean in and to make sure they have the support they need. But the president's focus here is just making sure people understand that while the numbers grow, there are people that come off the list because they get better. And Dr. Birx, did you want to reflect on what we know about the cycle of the coronavirus?
Yeah, thank you. So we know the coronavirus reacts a lot like the flu in the way it spreads and in the way we prevent it. And so when we put out the guidelines to the American people they will reinforce the guidelines, and we hope the number of flu cases go down too, because people will really be what we call situational awareness. I did want to add one piece to our cautions about people with pre-existing condition. We also know that there are children with pre-existing conditions, and we know that there are individuals that are undergoing chemotherapy for their treatment of cancer. For those individuals, if they have what we call decreased number of white cells, and they will have that discussions with the doctors, they are given often a sheet of paper that really describes how they need to protect themselves and how their family needs to protect them. So I want to make sure that we understand, yes, we're concerned about the elderly, we're concerned about others with pre-existing condition, but we're also concerned about anybody who may be in an what we call an immunodeficiency state, having less white cells and less able to combat any virus. We want to protect all of them from the flu, and we want to protect all of them from coronavirus, and that's why these guidelines are particularly important.
Last question.
It really is important, I think. And I want to ask all of the journalists in the room, do what you can to distribute this information, coronavirus.gov, because exactly the reason that Dr. Birx just said so well, that we want to make sure that families have the tools, businesses have the tools, even in areas where we don't have a significant outbreak of the coronavirus. We want to make sure that the American people have the tools to prevent the spread of the coronavirus, particularly with regard to the most vulnerable.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, earlier you said you'd tell us how many Americans have already been tested. And as a follow-up to a question that was asked.
Hey, we're going to leave the White House press conference. At this point, it went on much longer than we anticipated, and we're going to cut short our newscast today because we have far more pieces of information to show you than we can possibly get out for tonight. We'll save it for tomorrow. We do want to comment about some of the things that the President and the Vice President said. First of all, I think the President's attitude is best summarized in a tweet that he made today. This is number 55. Somebody tell me exactly what was the President implying? Look, he's fiddling. He's playing a violin. Well, who does that remind you of? Nero. Nero fiddled while Rome burned.
The Emperor.
Yes,
Nero.
while Rome burned, and then
who was blamed? Who was blamed? Rick.
Sounds good to me.
Rome burned.
And let's put it back up on the screen, because it also says, nothing can stop what's coming. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Does he mean a recovery? Does he mean a massive collapse, which would basically facilitate an emperor in this country?
Martial law?
At the minimum.
The destruction of the Constitution? That he remains in office forever?
I mean, at a minimum, this is frivolous naivety on behalf of the president, if not complete ambivalence toward those who are actually dying, suffering from coronavirus in America.
He's mocking what's happening, like he's mocking the death that's taking place, and he's saying, look, I'm fiddling while the world burns.
Can you imagine being a relative of someone at the Life Care Center in Kirkland, Washington, and seeing that tweet? Just think of your granddad has just died or come down with coronavirus, and you see that tweet. That's the message from the President of the United States.
So, Edward, if a Trump supporter put that meme out, I would go, that's really cold and callous and, really uncalled for at a time like this. But it was released by the president himself.
Yes.
Yes, he retweeted it.
Doc, are you still with us?
I am. I haven't fallen asleep or anything.
We have Doc with us right now.
Okay. Yeah. While we try to get Doc back, this wasn't the only tweet from President Trump today. He also tweeted about the oil situation. Obviously, we spoke about this and it was mentioned in the press conference about the crashing of oil. It's really due to the lack of a deal between OPEC nations. There's really a price war going on between Saudi Arabia and Russia. And the president said that the oil price is good for the consumer. That's number 54. The president, again, is trying to put a spin on a really, really bad story. Today was potentially one of the worst days in the market in the last decade. Definitely the worst for President Trump during his presidency. And the stock market, Rick, it's kind of like the president's pride. He will always point to the stock market. The stock market also greatly benefits retirees. Those who have, their retirement funds and they're basically their fixed income coming in. Well, at the moment, those retirees, yes, they care about the stock market, but they care more about their health. And especially when you have the president's Corona Task Force saying from the podium that anyone now above 60 with an underlying condition, someone who has an immunocompromised, immune system, going through chemotherapy, we're talking about
high blood pressure, diabetes.
30, 50, maybe 50 million Americans are affected by this. You can't have a flippant attitude against that.
I don't know, but it doesn't give me confidence that he has the temperament and maturity to deal with a crisis at this level. Very, very troubling. And look, Joe Biden, imagine Joe Biden in the White House with a crisis like this. He doesn't even know who he's running against. I mean, he's babbling like he's senile.
Well, he gave a campaign pitch for President Trump this weekend.
That's what I'm talking about.
So crazy.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't know what time of the day it is. Where we're at is the country's ripe for a nonpartisan, moderate, temperate business person to step in and just say, we're done with all the parties. This is a crisis, and we can't afford to have Donald Trump or Joe Biden. The country's ripe for it.
The coronavirus candidate.
Yes, but how about the mature candidate? How about somebody who's mature? Somebody who tweets a meme showing I'm fiddling while the country burns, while the world burns? That is so bizarre.
It shows a disconnect
It's
with the average
bizarre,
American.
Totally bizarre. There are a couple things I want to go over before we close. We're going to save some of this other heavy stuff for tomorrow. The vice president said regarding the Princess cruise ship, he said that the passengers are going to be taken to military bases in Georgia and Texas, and they will be tested. And then he said they will be quarantined if appropriate. Now, I don't know how many times we have to repeat this, and I know our audience, you already know this. You could say it for me. I could move my lips and you could say the words with me. You can go a month with the virus in your body and have no symptoms. You could be tested every day for weeks and show no symptoms. And the test wouldn't prove anything, but you still would be contagious. I don't understand why these people in the White House and the CDC, I don't understand why they don't get this. Either they are deliberately misinforming the public, or they themselves are in denial. And I'm going to say they're in denial. I really believe they're in denial, because if they understood what I just explained to you, nobody would be around Mike Pence and Donald Trump right now, because they have been in the presence of people who were exposed to the virus.
A couple, according to what we've seen out of APAC and CPAC, people have actually tested positive.
Yes.
Have at least been in the same area, the same airborne environment, air-conditioned environment. Remember the study we covered at the beginning of the program? As the vice president, his staff, the Secretary of State, and other officials. And you heard the biggest thing out of that press conference, Rick, was the press yelling, "Have you been tested?" As you speak about the test kits and the testing of other Americans, what about those on the stage who are by your own numbers?
Again, Edward, they're in
exposed
denial.
to
They
this?
don't want to talk about APAC. They don't want to talk about CPAC. They were in the presence of people who tested positive. They don't want to talk about it. They shouldn't be standing there around other people. The reporters ought to be fleeing. I mean, the reporters ought to be showing up wearing Matt Gaetz's biohazard suit. And where is Congressman Matt Gaetz? Last week he was mocking coronavirus, wearing his biohazard mask and gear and making fun of it. Where's he at today?
Self-quarantine.
He's in quarantine. Why is he in quarantine?
Because he had actually been in contact with an individual we now know has been confirmed to have tested positive with coronavirus.
I don't think Vice President Pence gets it. I really don't think. I think they're in denial. Like they don't realize that as they're traveling around meeting people and attending these conferences, they're coming in contact with people who are contagious. And then to say, well, we don't know if we're not, just to brush off, we're not going to stop campaign rallies. Why? A responsible person wouldn't be holding these rallies.
You're putting your constituents, your fans, your voters in danger by continuing. I mean, they tried to ask Dr. Fauci this question, maybe see if he would give a nonpartisan answer. But even he was very careful because to challenge the rallies could be to directly challenge your existence in the White House and the president himself.
Yes, but Dr. Fauci also said he wouldn't criticize anybody who canceled a rally. And I'm not so sure he wasn't referring to a governor who would have emergency powers to say that a rally will not be held in his or her state. Think about that. What if President Trump has a Make America Great rally scheduled for, you just pick any state, New Jersey. And the governor of New Jersey declares a state of emergency and says there will not be any large political rallies in New Jersey. Can President Trump override the governor who's exercising emergency medical powers?
It's an incredible question
because
for
the campaign, Edward, doesn't. He can't exercise presidential authority because it's a campaign. That's not the federal government. So the governor would take priority over a campaign. So Mr. Trump could find himself being blocked by governors,
maybe the National Guard,
or even mayors saying, there's not going to be a campaign rally in our city.
I'd like to think the president wouldn't take the country down this route to have a standoff on a tarmac because a governor has intervened over the safety of those who showed up for a rally. But I don't know if the president wouldn't try to go into a gray zone here. And as you noted, he shouldn't, as the president, try to hold a campaign rally using presidential power to force it to happen. But could you see him doing something like that?
Yes.
I mean, that puts an incredible obstacle, an incredible standoff in place, because the governor, if he really wanted to enforce his order, would call out police, maybe even the National Guard. The president could, again, arrive with his own contingent of military. I don't know what that scenario looks like.
Edward,
it could happen.
Die-hard Trump supporters increasingly are saying that the coronavirus is a deep state conspiracy.
Oh, that's right, yes.
To defeat Donald Trump in November. And folks, you please don't believe that stuff. Okay, look, I'm one of the most
patriotic,
but I'm one of the most skeptical, cynical people analyzing the news. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. All right, I don't believe politicians and I don't trust governments, but this is a real plague. This isn't made up. It isn't a hoax, okay? So don't go down that road of saying, it's all about wrecking the Trump re-election campaign. Look, that is dangerous for people to think like that, because the worse the situation becomes, the more agitated and irritable and unreasonable people are going to act if they truly believe. I mean, that makes you a virus denier. Are you going to be a virus denier, that there's no virus, that there isn't a plague sweeping across the world right now? I mean, we can't go in that direction right now. Something very ominous and serious and deadly is loose on the planet right now, and people are dying. And we need calm, mature, stable leaders. Forget about political parties. We just need calm, mature, stable, wise leaders to take the world through this situation. We could see a couple 100 million people die in the next year or two. So look, I think at this point, I'm going to end today's newscast. I'm going to save the rest of this for tomorrow. We haven't talked about CPAC yet. We haven't talked about the reports that came out of Australia, and the other one I think is China.
Yes.
We've got some very, very stunning information to come out, and we'll just save that for tomorrow. So again, we appreciate everybody who is supporting True News. Our viewership is skyrocketing because people are coming here and they're realizing we're not exaggerating. We're not making stuff up. We're not, we're not selling health products. We're not selling anything that's we're not telling you, we got some kind of magic potion that's going to protect you from coronavirus. I will tell you the blood of Jesus Christ will protect you.
Hallelujah.
And I stand by that claim. And people can mock me if they want to mock me, but the name and the blood of Jesus Christ will protect you. And I'm calling people to get as close to the Lord as possible. That's where your safety is at. In the meantime, I encourage you, if you can buy food and supplies, please do it. We almost saw the world financial system collapse today. It was carnage all across the board in Asia and Europe and America today. I don't know how many more days of this the markets can withstand. And for those of us who know that this is happening, and I'm talking to the True News audience, Edward, every day that the public stays in denial, that's an extra day for you and me to get ready.
It's bought you time. I know President
yes,
keeps telling me, it's bought you time. Well,
their denial is buying you and me time. But there's coming a day, it could be tomorrow morning, it could be next Monday. There's coming a day when this herd stampedes. That's what I'm concerned about. When the herd gets spooked and they stampede to the stores and start fighting over supplies. As a matter of fact, do we have the video from Australia, the fight over toilet paper? Do we have that video?
Oh, I've seen a lot of the fights throughout the day.
Okay, if not, I'll show it tomorrow.
Okay.
There was a video of three women physically fighting, hitting each other in a grocery store in Australia over the last roll of toilet paper. In a knockdown, drag-out fist fight between three women over toilet paper. This is the panic that I'm telling you is coming. So every day the public is in denial, you have been given an extra day to calmly go get supplies. But when the herd gets spooked, they're going to go through the stores like locusts and devour everything. They'll be fighting and shoving and all kinds of violence, and you won't get back in to get anything. Thank you so much for watching. Please tell your friends that they ought to be watching True News. We appreciate your love and your support and your prayers. Pray for Kerry. Kerry's had a setback, and he went to see his cardiologist today. And pray for him, and also pray for my wife Susan. She went home early today. She's been having a very severe pain in a muscle on her side, and it's. I think it's just the way she's sitting. She's working in here very hard every day, and I think she's just. I keep telling her she needs to stay home for a week or two and just rest and get some relief. But she went home early today in a lot of pain. All right, we battle on. We keep going. We don't stop. And your prayers really mean a lot to us. It keeps us energized. And I want to thank the people also who are contacting us, and just we've had people who've sent donations specifically for Susan and me, and said, "Hey, I want to do something to help you personally. This is not for the ministry. This is for you and Susan." We've had others that there were today, Edward, boxes containing cans of dehydrated food came in. I didn't know about it. I just saw it a few minutes ago before I walked out here, a few minutes before coming into the studio. And so, brother, thank you. Thank you for doing that. People are doing things for us, and we appreciate your thoughtfulness and your kindness, that you're thinking about us, that we're here, we're laboring on behalf of the Lord's kingdom. And you're thinking about the Lord's servants. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us. Hey, we'll be back here tomorrow on behalf of Doc Burkhart, who signed off, and Edward Zoll. I'm Rick Wiles. Thank you for watching True News. We'll be back tomorrow.
God bless you.